Hmm. Okay, what's going on, world? Hello, it's your boy. We're back at it again. Day 12, Honor Hold Rep Grind starts today. I know that the Mage Blade, well, I don't know if it's called the Mage Blade, but I know that the dagger from Honor Hold is pretty good. So I'm going to be grinding that for a little bit to try and, you know, upgrade my weapon a little bit. My weapons aren't the greatest. I think I have a pretty basic two-handed staff right now that does next to nothing. So yeah, we're gonna rep grind, I guess, until I get exalted. I'm almost there. I'm maybe like 4,000, maybe 5,000, 4,500 into revered. So it shouldn't be too bad. A couple hours of dungeon grinding, but I gotta get it started with one of these. You know what time it is. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, buddy. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Oh man. Whoa. All right. And now the grind begins. So which offhand do I have? Shattered Halls. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to just get after it and grind.
I need a target. I need to target first.
This dungeons, Suffolk Halls. I need Shattered Halls. Age looking for group list. So I'm at 4568 of 21,000. Okay. Yeah, I knew I was gonna mess it up because I was doing that. That was my fault. I gotta make 40 food and then 8 zillion waters.
I need more mana.
Oh, I want a mouse over. I need a mouse over macro. That's what I need. Mouse over macro. is no space between spell name and open bracket. I'll make sure to do that. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
You need something? Have a good one.
How are you? Here there.
Fly over to honor hold.
What?
Slash cast at mouse over. So I think it'll do it on whoever my target is and on mouse over, right?
It's too far away.
So like, let's say I literally just hover over him here and then I just hit it. It should just decurse. I think. Actually, let me see. You are mounted. Out. See, yeah, it says out of range for all those.
Well met. Safe travels.
Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I know that you're a bot, but what am I doing? Where are they all going? Oh. Yeah, they don't really know where to go.
Form up! Let's make quick work of them!
Yeah, they probably need me to open the gate. gotcha. I thought they were all in the instance already. Dipshit.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Forma! Let's make quick work of them!
Great, they took all my food. Now you're all just gonna leave me in the dust. Alright, bye everyone. I'll be here making more food for myself, because I don't have any more for me. I mean, on this short of a cooldown, I might as well be using it every pool. It's a minute and a half for one and then 2 minutes for the other, so... Got my gems ready, everything's good. Fire Blast is upgraded to rank 9 now. Thanks to that guy. Let me actually open up the gain a little bit too. Brightness. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna slow them all down. That's good. And then we need to do like this. And then I need to do like this. I need to make more. Did I not buff him? Guess I didn't. Sorry, bud. Thought I did. Something feels off. I can't tell what it is. I mean, we're good, but something feels off.
Quick work of them. We must halt their advance! Take your positions!
I can't use that item yet.
Said stay back like 3 times. Sick. Something feels off. I'm doing 0 DPS. And I don't know what that is. I changed the trinket. The Eye of Mom does nothing. This gives me more crit. Gives me a bunch of stuff. Okay, I'll be a quiet mage and just do my roll as AoE. I had faith in Thank. Can't even do that effectively. I don't know what's going on. Like, my damage seems off. Everything just seems off. Oh well. Tell me I fall. Oh. It sucks when you get a group that's not very good and they're just very slow like these guys. Is what it is, I guess. Ain't what it ain't, I guess. Just sucks because... what does he have, like 0 gear on? He had greens. Awesome.
That's still recharging.
Huh, that was interesting. My guild needed somebody for us Sethic Halls, so that's chillin'. Let's see, boom, 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 ding. Do I have improved Blizzard? What does this guy want? I don't have enough water for you. Oh my god, after I just... I gotta make more now. I gotta curse that guy and buff everyone. Put my mage armor back on.
Now what?
Okay, we're chilling now. Is this heroic? I don't know. Nah, I can't be heroic when I'm doing stuff like that and they're dying. That lock is really good though. Holy shit, he's blasting. I just don't feel like I'm doing the damage that I should be doing. I don't know why. Everything's good, everything's there, but... block that off real quick.
Next warrior! Step up!
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I need to target someone first. I can't cast that yet.
We're crushing it now. Now we're doing it. Assassin Shuriken. Owie Maui. Flew a little too close to the sun on that one. Oh, I won the Shuriken of Strength. Alright. I think that thing's gonna go for a bit on the auction house. Just a straight 18 strength throwing weapon? Wow. Cool. Pretty specific to warriors, but... do have the bonus rep. Increases honor hold reputation gained from killing monsters by 10%, so that's good. Ooh, and we're on this boss. What does he drop now? A main hand dagger. Dagger. Cool. That would be huge. I'd be rolling against the luck probably, but... Let me take this rip real fast. Maybe turn my lights on. Dice. Alright. So for this guy, we're just going absolutely crazy. Here we go. Actually, I'm gonna do 2 Arcane Blasts first. Alright. On you, dude.
Me hungry.
Bling.
That's why we're so fat.
Blam. Bloom. Bing. Bong. Ding.
We don't like this one.
Hey, let's go.
We kill his friend.
That still isn't ready yet.
I'm fine. You kill the next one. What are you doing?
Nickhead, this is all your fault.
Well, darn.
Hate you.
That wasn't the final boss.
Don't touch what you can't afford.
Should probably put the regular potions there, but those are gonna get rotated out once I'm done rep grinding. Didn't keep my my bartender aura for some reason, or my weak aura. Oh, that's because it's just the same icon. It's the same icon as the proc. That is so funny. Maybe I'll put my Evocate up top, actually. Like up here. So I started with 4,500. I'm already at 5,500, so 1,000. And it's gonna take a couple hours, that's for sure. I'm gonna be grinding this probably all the way until the UFC starts, which I think is around 5. UFC should kick off today. Prelims. So that should be pretty good. Let me... They're all still buffed. We're good there. 5606. Okay, so 56. No, why'd you go, dude? Oh my god. Had no mana. 1, 2.
That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Wow, hunters with their movement aspect. That's crazy.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
5740.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Tree pity.
That's still recharging.
Form up! Let's make quick work of them! Show them no quarter! Form up! Get ready! This shouldn't take long! Form up! Let's make quick work of them!
Okay. Well, I guess I have time to make water now then. Does he need me to let him in? I'm gonna make Detrin some biscuits. Here you go, Detrin. Got some biscuits for your ass. Biscuits for him. There you go, buddy. Ow. Oh, just kidding. I think he's AFK right now. Here you go, Hunter. Boom. Got some for this guy.
Get ready.
2 of these. 1 of those. Then we're gonna do this, 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 this. Actually, we'll give him 40-40. I'll be at 30-30. That'll be enough for the run. I think we're about to be good. He's got me salvationed, so that's good.
Form up. Let's make quick work of them.
Don't think the healer was here, right? Womp. Ah, I silenced the wrong one.
I'm out of range.
Am I tagging that one in the back? I can't tell.
Let's make quick work of them.
I mean, he doesn't really understand, but that's okay.
I can't cast that yet.
Join the fight! Agrabah, come!
I literally was like, save me?
That's still recharging.
We must halt their advance! Take your positions!
It's too far away. That ability isn't ready yet.
Wake up! We're under attack! We're under attack!
That's still recharging. First.
He just does crazy damage. That's why it's hard to keep Fred against that. It's literally just his seat of corruption. Holy shit. His seed of corruption just killed everything. What does seed of corruption do?
That still isn't ready yet.
Wow.
I can't cast that yet. That still isn't ready yet. I need to get closer.
Your pain
That's still recharging.
loses
That still isn't ready yet.
One more little Uzi coming up. Little Uzi Vert. There it is. That should be it.
Run!
Wow, what does that do?
You want him?
Seed of corruption.
We'll take him.
Hey Google, what does Seed of Corruption do in World of Warcraft?
You can have that one. I no longer need him.
She listening? Yeah,
I
she's.
couldn't find an answer to that specific question. According to Reddit.com, speed of corruption is 1 second per target. 18 seconds pass. Target does damage with your spell. Another target sees it, it's close to the target and hits the target.
Thank you for saving me the trouble.
So basically, he dots one, it explodes to another one, it explodes to another one. I think is what I'm hearing. Oh god, almost ran right into that. So we go 1, 2. So by the end of this, I should be at like 7,000-ish, 8,000-ish. It's almost double what I started with in about an hour. Not the worst. So if I can get about 4,000 an hour, that's not great, but 4,000 an hour.
Invaders have breached the defenses!
I'm at 6,000, so 10, 14, 18, it's about 3 hours. So yeah, if I grind this till UFC starts, I should have I should have the weapon. And then it's like 100 G to put the enchant on it, which is cool. 200 G weapon, 100 G for the enchant. Then I need then I need to get my Man, that seed of corruption is so insane. Oh, and higher fire blast means higher crits in PvP too. So that's gonna be massive. Gosh, I need this blade so bad. Because then I'm gonna get rid of the rings. Does the blade have any hit? I think the blade has a little bit of hit. Honor hold. I think it has a little bit. Psych. No hit on the blade. Darn it.
Replacement, quickly!
That's still recharging.
Hurry! Masuraka!
It's hard to hold thread against all that AoE, but I mean, as a warrior, for sure, as a warrior. Oh, another 17 strength throwing weapon. That would have been cool. This one's what, 16 or 17 on the dagger? 18. Ooh, got him. Eight minutes left. Okay. What happened? No. Bangkok, I wasn't ready. Went too soon, I wasn't ready. Silly. He's just so excited to get damaging. I get it. I get it. But you gotta give me a shot. The man up. And here we go again. Alright. Wow, just a cool straight up 1000 for my fire blast is so nice to see. Plus 553 spell bonus damage. Wow, 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 wow. I don't know if that's what he was waiting for, but... Is that what the lock wanted?
Join the fight! Akramata! Where's my support? Quickly!
Threaten, we're gonna give him that. Was rebuff everybody.
It's too far away.
um,
Nice knowing ya. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Classic Plus. That's a great question. So nothing's actually been confirmed about Classic Plus. We're not sure that Classic Plus is actually even gonna happen. There's been a lot of talk about Classic Plus, but nothing official. So I wouldn't hold my breath on that. It's not impossible. It's totally possible that it could happen, but as of right now, nothing confirmed. So I'm playing the release of the Burning Crusade anniversary servers. I don't know. I don't know if you're much of a World of Warcraft fan, but if you are, I invite you to come play. I'm on Night Slayer. I don't even know how I can check. Night Slayer, the one that's not Meme Scythe. Here we go. This is gonna be for you. I'm gonna dedicate this this boss fight to you. I'm gonna do top DPS, Daniel, just for you. Here we go. Watch this. I've got everything. I've got Evocate. I've got all my gems up. I've got everything. Watch this, dude. I'm probably gonna pull from the tank, so I'll give him a second to pick up some threat, but 3, 2, 1. Here I go. Here I go. Here I go. Here I go. 2, 3. Watch this, dude. Ooh, we about to go crazy up in this piece. Oh man, look at that. 30k, 32k, 33. Almost double what everybody else is doing right now. No. Not me, dude. Watch this. Get a second to get some mana. Oh, good fear, good fear. Respect, respect. Oh, he outranged me. No. Because I had to ice block and I got feared. Oh, no dagger, man. There's the mace. There's the mace, the two-handed mace. But here's the meter. 49. I should have had that, dude. I should have had that. I had to ice block and I had to I got out of range because the other person ran away the other way, so. But it's fine. It's fine. That was a Nostradamus move. You did call the mace. That's crazy. Well, I wish you would have called. Okay, well, you're gonna have to keep watching then, because really what I needed from that boss was the dagger. I've been trying to farm this stupid spellcaster dagger, and I haven't been able to get it yet, so. Do I have a Kate here? No, I'll just eat. I'll just eat. Oh, yeah, advocate. I'll save my advocate for the final boss. I think we still have to go through like this, or did we already go through that? We did. We went through the sewer swamp where the little slime bubbles are, I think. Yeah. I'm trying to grind for this, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter actually if I got the blade from that boss, because I'm gonna replace it pretty soon anyways. First boss of Hellfire Ramparts. Let's see. Watchkeeper Garglemar. Yeah. Watchkeeper Garglemar. He drops that one-handed sword. Then he wants something like that. Yeah, first boss in Ramparts. Oh, he got me, dude. Garglemar Narch, dude. I actually thought that was gonna go there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Give me with another one. What's another one? Another boss. About like Quagmiran. Quagmiran these and oh, you know where I'm going with this. I'm not very crafty, sorry, I'm waking up. Alright, cool, so there's final boss. I'm 1/3 of the way to done. But it's fine, like what else am I doing, you know what I mean? So. Watch this pro CC I have on the final boss too. I've got this down to a science. Alright, let me mana up. Let me mana the fool. Let me mana the fool. Please don't go. Don't go, don't go, don't go. Are you leaving? You say good night, GLGN? Wonder if there is anything in like heroic ramparts or anything that I need. I don't think that there is, but ramps, heroic. Nah. Alright. Gonna try and pop off again. My plan for popping off. Oh, here, you want meters in the middle of the screen so you can see them? Somewhere like there, maybe.
I'm
Alright.
called Bladefish
Beep.
for a reason. As you will see.
Oh, you need them like here, maybe. No, the lock's gonna beat me because I was focused on other stuff. Darn it, lock. What do we got? Figurine Colossus, so the tank trinket. Good for him. Ooh, decent cloth gloves. Hit rating. Tempest touch. I'm just gonna greed both of them because none of them are for me. Donate 1G to the Portal Foundation. Darn. We almost had him. Oh shoot, I wasn't supposed to leave that party. Might as well ride that now. I was not supposed to leave that party. It's okay.
Warm wishes to you.
Fly up to Honor Hold. We'll jump in another group. Shattered Balls. I could do a heroic one of these ones. Let's see. So, heroic Hellfire Ramparts. Watcher, Gargledy Narbs. Nothing. Oh, more. Not really anything. Spell hit, 22 spell power. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Not worth farming for, though. 25 spell power. Okay. Yeah, really nothing. Heroic Hellfire Ramparts. Let's see, Heroic Blood Furnace. It's pretty good. '41 spell power. Yeah, that's really good. Oh, okay, so Heroic Blood Furnace, huh? Interesting. Also, what's the daily heroic here? Head feathers of Ikis. Is that Sethic Halls? Yeah. So today the heroic daily is Sethic Halls, huh? I could be down for that. Take it, you stupid horde. I don't want it anyways. Alright, good one. It doesn't work up here on the roof, does it? Oh, it does. Okay. Heroic slave pens is gonna be another thing I'm gonna be farming for this stupid trinket. Come on, let me capture it. 3, 2, 1. A half. There we go. Can you land on top of it? But then can I capture... Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. Well, that's the strat from now on. Hey Google, what's the high temperature in Pittsburgh today?
In Pittsburgh today, expect a high of 42 degrees.
42. That's so strange. It was just like 60 yesterday. It makes no sense.
I need to target something first. I don't have a target. I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, so I let him get away. I let him get away. Not causing any trouble. Oh, I didn't get credit for. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh my god, am I stupid? Oh my god, am I stupid? Soon as I get the credit. Come on, give me the credit. Got it. Do we keep this one up a little bit? I think I'm gonna keep this one up a little bit. Put a little bit of sprinkle on top. little bit of extra flavor blast. But what I need is two things. I need the scooper, and I need to turn this quest in. And then I'll start flying there. There's too many things happening right now.
Hello. Farewell. Have a good one.
Thank you. Okay, now we get the scooper. I'm gonna do a little bit of scooping action. Grab the scooper, scoop a little bit just right on the top. Oh yeah, that's looking real nice. That's gonna burn like a fine incense. Okay, now I put the scooper back. Drop this in the fire hole. He's gonna want me to click. I'll click once for him. What I really gotta do is put this back on there. That's the big danger. And we're good. What's he waiting for?
I need to target something first. How generous. I need more mana.
Get ready! This shouldn't take long!
Do you want biscuits or something?
Line up and crush these fools!
Too much going on. Am I allowed to play the Joe Rogan podcast on here? Because I kind of want to play some Joe Rogan podcast. I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to stop the background music. I'm going to open up a Spotify tab. And if I'm not allowed, I'm not allowed, but... Let's see. Because I was watching the Donnell Rawlings one, right? And so... Oh boy. Oh, this is scary. Oh boy, this is scary. I was panicking here for a second, so...
It's too far away.
I want to do a pop-out mini player. Right, open in mini player.
Not ready yet.
But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new window capture.
By the name of Juanita. Juanita is a gender. What is it?
Let's do
Transgender?
window capture.
But you a girl still?
Yeah.
Yeah, transgender, right? So
Okay.
she came up with this song, and she did the song. We will
Them back at all costs!
praise you. And I had a couple drinks, right? And I said, and I was thinking like, what? Stop. Oh, you geared up for that shit, huh? You geared up.
Show them no quarter!
Oh boy.
I can't guess that yet.
Major Doe!
They need a target.
Y'all do a remix of that song for any black guy watching her right now?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We will, fuck you.
Probably true until you find out she has a dick, Donnell. That is
Keep it going.
No!
Keep it going. This is amazing.
That's how it happens, ladies and gentlemen. They can't tell.
no, come back. No,
The brothers can't tell. The brothers can't.
They will. Fuck.
They never. The last
I was
place.
trying to be nice. Set me up.
Donnell, the last.
But here's
Keep it going. Keep it going because it's hilarious.
Whereas white guys, no. That's the first place the white guys go.
Master 50.
I'm gonna say, Charlotte's
Master
gonna
50.
find that clip. we will. Fuck you. You are fucked, Donnell. I'm getting word from the streets.
Getting word from the streets.
I'm sure. I'm sure this happened before in Korea. I'm sure Korea, as an 18-year-old boy, this is a memory coming back to you.
Where's my support?
Oh my God.
That's usually how black guys react.
Juanita, have you been with a black man before?
You keep it going. Keep it going. Gets even funnier.
Okay, are you just saying that so that he doesn't find you and kill you?
No, it's race riot. I'm just kidding. I mean, that's a joke.
Oh shit.
Now I'm offended.
No, I have been. I've been with one. He was half.
Okay, he was half.
Half a black.
Okay.
My career's over, nigga. it's over.
Come on, that was funny.
No, wait a minute. It was funny, and I didn't take. The funny thing about it was, I did have a couple of things, right? People like, how did you not know? Like, I live in the Midwest, and what I really thought I know women that look just like Juanita. That,
Sure.
That in the face is kind of like sketchy, like a Dollar General 1 to 2. And I wasn't offended, but it just caught me off. But what I'm going back to what I was saying about the Kill Tony thing, and this is another thing people said. Well, Donnell, you got upset because Rob Schneider. First off,
No time for slumber.
it was the first time
Join
Rob
the
Schneider
fight.
was on the show, right?
Wake
We didn't
up.
really know too
We're
much
under
about the
attack.
Kill Tony platform.
Wake up.
I
We're under
knew a
attack.
little more.
Sleep on your own
And at the
time.
beginning, he was kind of cold, if you want to say. Not cold, like not funny, but he just wasn't warmed up to the flow. And then I started seeing things. I was alley-ooping, right?
Right.
Basically, he said that one, I helped get him comfortable with the show, and then he started crushing, right? He started crushing. And then we did, anybody can tell you that episode was
Amazing.
but this is the thing, this is what, that platform is not a place for you to tell how you really feel. And I owe Tony an apology, and I'll tell you why. When Tony did the RN, Republic National Convention, whatever, remember when he did the roasting?
Yes.
For that, it was a very, very testy time. You know,
Right.
Politics, everybody said you shouldn't do this and everything.
I told him not to do it.
You told him not to do the show? Or
No,
not to do that?
the Republican Party thing.
Here's the thing. This is what, just for the people that's listening, this is what happened at the end of that Kill Tony with me and Rob Schneider. All I wanted to do, I had the question on, where do you draw the line? Do you draw the line of what people think, how you're supposed to respond to something, or are you loyal to somebody, or how they treat you and how they are as a friend to you? And Tony wanted me to do that show, and anytime I've called Tony, he's picked up the phone, vice versa. We've been in for each other. My publicist, I don't know if this is a good idea right now, too, because what you think is a nice gesture, you want to do the show, people are going to act like it's a political stand. I didn't want that, right? So I
You
had to
can't
admit,
listen to publicists.
this is what I learned now, Joe. What I'm saying, that was my inexperience, whatever, and something I kept calling her. I was like, what if I do this? Because I wanted to be reconnected with him, whatever. And I told Tony, he was hot in a good way, in a positive way. I felt so bad. I called him. I said, man, I really want to do the show, but I think people are going to take it the wrong way now, right? And this was with me. I felt bad about it. I stood up at your condo. I was on the balcony, bro, and I watched motherfuckers going to the show. I felt bad about it. I didn't do it. And the only thing I wanted to do at the end of that Kill Tony episode was to apologize to him and say, you know, as a friend, I probably wasn't there. And he understood, even though I was like, he's never going to let me do the show again. He said, I'd love to have you there. The only issue I had with Rob Schneider, in that moment, he didn't have the sense of me trying to say something serious, right? And he was getting a laugh off this one joke, and it was at my expense. You know, when I had this moment, I was talking about friendship and everything. Rob kept on with this fucking corny joke, and I didn't want to flip out. And then people took that as like, oh yeah, Rob roasted him. The fuck out of here. I was trying to talk about, and I had this issue. You might have the same issue. Some people know people a certain way, you know them a different way. And I'll use an example, and I'm going to get shitted on for saying this or whatever. Like, oh, how could you say that?
You gotta stop worrying about what other people think.
Can't do it. I can't do it.
You
I
gotta
just-
stop worrying about what
Okay,
other people think.
I will.
This is the conflict.
Right.
You know how you feel. Just be yourself.
I'll just say this,
Always.
Kid Rock, right? You
Right.
say that name, for some people in certain places, they go,
Kid
like, oh,
Rock.
fuck him or whatever, right?
Right.
I met Kid Rock some years ago when we were doing the cornfield shows in Yellow Springs. And I tell people something, we talked about this earlier, some people are provocateurs. I really believe Kid Rock doesn't believe half the shit he say, but I think that he knows what's going to move the dial is what's going to make him be in the headlines and what people are like, oh
Right.
shit. And he's going to stick to that.
Well, we did that show in Nashville. Remember we hung out with him? Went to his house?
Yeah, exactly. And with that, even when he came to Cornfields that time, this was the point when he said some crazy shit out of his mouth. Nobody wanted to be around him or anything, right? They was like, oh, bah, 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 bah.
Right.
Right? You know, when I do this thing called, I do river runs in Yellow Springs, Ohio. And for some reason, I take people down the river, and it's like a peace thing. Like, you in nature.
Got a photo of you right outside the door.
I know, I asked for that photo here, too.
It's
You-
right
when you
outside
first
the
said it,
door.
I love that. So now, if you look at that photo, you'll see the energy. That's the vibe I was on. And nobody wanted to get close to Kid Rock or anything, right? And I remember as a kid how the black community accepted him. He was cool. I'm thinking about that shit. We're riding down the river. Kid is over on one kayak. I'm on the other side. We smoking a joint. And he looked at me, and I know he was sincere when he said it. He said, man, it felt like I just had 13 hours of anger management, right? And I was like, okay, I'm not trying to be a therapist or anything, but that felt good. Then at the end, we stopped. He's flipping burgers and shit. We got to know each other. We kept in touch with each other. And he was doing a comedy festival in Nashville, right? He appreciated me as a comedian. He said, yo, D, I'm doing this. I was like one of the first people he called, right? He said, you want to do it? I was like, why not? Then I thought about it. I was like, but again, what you're saying, I was like, what people going to think? 7 comedians on the show. I'm the only black guy. I knew what I was walking into. I knew it was going to be all MAGAs. It wasn't going to be a gay person. It wasn't going to be a midget. It wasn't going to be a lesbian. It wasn't going to be anything but bona fide, the real red, white, and blue flag motherfuckers. But I said, Donnell, can you separate, can you go up here, can you perform and be entertaining? Not shucking and jiving or none of that type of shit. I went up there, last person, got a standing ovation, right, at the end of the show. This is what people might not understand, and I'm not trying to defend him or anything. At the end of the show, me and Kid Rock, in this case, I want to say Kid Rock wasn't backstage, Bobby was, right? And he said, man, he looked at me. He said, man, I think we just brought this country back together, right? And I said, well, don't separate it, motherfucker. He said, okay. 2 weeks later, he do some other stupid shit. When Trump got elected, I know people went to his page to see what his response was going to be. Was he going to gloat? We was like, fuck y'all, this is America. He did this video, which I thought was so dope, because it showed 2 sides of him. It showed Kid Rock and it showed Bobby, right? And then how they both responded to Donald Trump being elected. The Kid Rock was the crotch grabbing motherfucker, fuck you, right? Then he came out, you find this, he came out as Bobby with shorts, just no American flags, baseball cap, fucking reading glasses or whatever. And I thought it was dope. The dialogue that he had with it, he played the victory. He said, you know, we did win. He said, but this is not a time to gloat. There's so much stuff that we need to do. He said, all sides want to get to a certain place, but we have different ideas on how we're going to get there. I thought that, for whatever people want to think, I thought that was showing another side. And also I told him, because I would talk to him off and on, I said, you know what song you should do? You should do Nina Simone's song, Misunderstood. Right? Just sing that shit. But I know he wouldn't never do that because the base that really likes and supports him might be like, oh, he's soft now. Point I'm making, even though with Tony, with the situation, I consider Tony a good friend of mine for different reasons, right? That's why I wanted to have that moment to say that. But Rob Schneider, as much as they say I took away from moments on that show, he took away from that moment. I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I wasn't trying to be soft. But I wanted to say, I apologize because sometimes friendships got to be stronger than that, and that's where I was with that. And as much as I don't need the Kill Tony show, and this is what I always say about that show. I said, Kill Tony reminds me of the Def Jam era, right? And when I say that, there was a platform for undiscovered talent, people that you've never seen, it's such a spectacle. Like Def Jam, it was people that didn't have the skill set to fucking go headline, but they was being seen. Same thing with Kill Tony. You look at
Is your phone on? Is your phone dinging?
Sorry.
Shut that shit off.
And you look at this is what I appreciate about that show for whoever likes it or whatever. It's a platform to get on. I traveled around the country. It used to be, you remember back in the day, it was like, oh, I need to be on Letterman. I need to be on Carson, whatever. That is I got to get on Kill Tony.
100%.
And in some cases, it's some good and bad to that. There's some people that was ready for it. There's some people like, you know what? You had 2 or 3 minutes worth of jokes. You know what I'm saying? You're not ready. But it gave people some hope. When I was staying at the hotel the other day, 3 people traveled across the country like with the hopes of that. You know, so I know how important that show is. You know, is it the fan base? I want them to be like, oh, I can't wait to see them. But for me, my whole career, Joe, I always wanted to be around the people, the places that they say the best comedians perform. When I started, when I was in New York, I wanted to get past at the Comedy Cellar, not because I wanted to be a cellar dweller. I didn't want to be the guy in the back fucking just every weekend, just sit back there telling war stories. I was like, if this is where the best comics perform, I want to be a part of that. I want to be past that. Because when I got past in the Comedy Cellar, it wasn't a lot of black comedians working the cellar. It was Greer Barnes, it was Keith Robinson, R.I.P., it was William Stevenson.
Patrice,
Dave Chappelle. In fact, Barry Katz had a room, Boston Comedy Club, and it was Black Night on Sundays, right? The black comedians looked at me like, they said, where you going? I was like, I got a spot at the cellar. They're like, how the fuck did you get in the cellar? The way I got into it was put the work in, I hung out, got a couple of recommendations, and when it's time for me to showcase, I did my thing. But the minute I got past in the cellar, I didn't really care about working there all the time. I just wanted to be validated as like, this is the spot. Same thing.
I get it.
You know, same thing with the Comedy Store. Same thing with what you're doing here. It was that part of it.
I get it. Greer Barnes, probably one of the most underappreciated talents in the country.
But you know what?
I've known that dude for 30 years. He's a funny motherfucker, and he's been funny forever.
You know, it's so funny that you said underappreciated because, you know, when you know comedians that put the work in and whatever, it's a phrase that people use, underrated, but then you got to ask who rated. You didn't use those words. You said underappreciated. But he is. I don't know. Sometimes you got to ask yourself.
He's not underrated by comics.
Exactly.
He's underappreciated by audience members for whatever reason. I think it's a social media thing. I just think he doesn't have a big presence on social media for whatever reason. He's a solid fucking comic, though. Always has been.
And a solid guy.
And a good dude.
But that's another thing. This is the era that we in right now. And it's like, and you notice it's even more so now, the most talented people aren't getting the shots if you don't know how to evolve.
Well, it's not even just that, because, like, look at Dave Attell. Dave Attell, I think, is one of the funniest dudes who's ever lived. Ever. One of the best comics ever in the history of comedy. And mostly does clubs. And does, like, theaters and stuff like that. He should be sold out arenas all across the country, but he does not promote himself. He's not into social media.
But I don't even think
much
Attell is
other than specials.
I think Attell would be petrified. Not that he couldn't do it, and it was Remember with the show he had? What was that? The late night show. That was before anybody was doing it.
Yeah.
The late night show. He go to bars and stuff like that. This is before-
Insomniac.
yeah, Insomniac. This is before everybody was doing it. I don't think that some people they like. I think he's always going to make millions of dollars touring or whatever. But I think his comfort zone is like he's not a club act, but he's a club comic. I think the best thing for him he ever wants to be is in front of 250 to 500 people.
Well, he's
begging
awesome
on
in
you-
that, but he does, like, when Bert does arenas, he does arenas and he murders in arenas. I think the real thing with him is that he's just focused on his craft only. And the props that he gets from other comedians on podcasts and things along those lines is what really fuels his popularity. And then when people go to see him, just word of mouth.
Do you think some people might be afraid of a certain level of fame that they don't want to have?
There is that.
'Cause
But
you
I
know-
don't think he's that. I just don't think he thinks about it. I mean, he doesn't even have a phone. Like, he carries a flip phone with him all the time. He has an iPhone that he, like, stores away, and sometimes he uses it. But when you text him, he texts you on, like, doot, 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 where you got to press 4
You know
times
what
to
it
get
is,
an
though,
S.
Joe? You know what it is, right?
Well, he doesn't want to be distracted.
He's in the Epstein files. Yo,
He
you
doesn't
gotta
want to
have
be
a
distracted.
You need a burner phone if you heavily in the Epstein files. No, I think
He's only in the Epstein files because he was on a lineup that Epstein was going to go see at the Cellar.
I think Dave Attell.
Louis J.
watching
Gomez
him-
is on that too.
I like him. I think Dave Attell is like. I think Dave Attell's ultimate happiness is being on
Shut
stage.
your fucking phone off, man. Put that shit on silent. Just put it on silent. Do you know how to do that? You don't know how to do
Don't
that.
disrespect me like that.
Put it
I'll
on
tell
Do
you.
Not Disturb.
Don't
It's okay. It's
disrespect
over.
me.
It's over.
Okay, keep
I
digging,
think-
you
I think-
popular motherfucker.
So, I think some people. I think, my opinion, David Till, his comfort zone is fucking just being as incognito as he tries to be. It's just like, oh, I came over with this. I don't know anybody that turns over material. There's certain comics you look at, Joe, and you like, God damn, this motherfucker's constantly trying.
Yeah, always.
Like when I work with Dave, he forced me to do that. Dion Cole is another guy. When I watch Dion Cole does like at the Hollywood Improv, I think maybe 3 times a week, he just have a Monday night and he just use it as a workout, right? Me, when I go into a spot, I'm trying to beat it up. So sometimes I get distracted on what I'm really there for, that's to work out new material. There's a different level when you just like, you know what, I could deal with the silence. I could deal with something not working. And when I watch people like him, there's another comedian in LA by the name of Malik S. that doesn't have all that notoriety like that, but when I see him, I'm like, damn, every time I see this motherfucker, he's working on some new shit and has the same passion. Everybody doesn't have that. That's why David Tell will always give other comics something to like try to achieve, because you're like, you ain't gonna see him doing the same shit. It's always a flip. And that's what makes him who he is, and that's why he gets so respected by so many.
Well, he's only focused on his craft, whereas some people are really focused on social media and promotions, and they have a guy that films them doing a bunch of wild things and edits with music. And
I've never seen so many comedians have full-out production crews with them.
Right.
On an intro.
I know.
On stage.
They think that that's what they need. You know, they think that's what they need to separate them. And it does get them attention. But what it takes away, it does draw some focus away from what you're trying to do, which is work on your shit and come up with new stuff.
But
Where
it-
Attell doesn't have any of that.
But with that said, it takes away, but then it also lets you know who the special people are. Right now, fucking my goddamn guy that services my pool and shit say he's got a special coming out. I don't know who doesn't have a special coming out. And the thing about it is like now, Joe, you know it. Specials aren't. If you really look at it, specials aren't special anymore. It's special.
It's a weird
people.
word, right?
Spe-
Specials are a weird word.
It's
I got a
special.
new special. Like no other art form calls it a special. Like if
it's-
someone like Taylor Swift puts out a concert video, it's a video of her performance. You know, a musician puts out a video, it's that. It's like for a comic, we got a weird word, special.
You know what special is now? What when you get excited about special, if people still do that, it's who's putting it out. It's special people that do it. It's special people that like Sebastian, he's doing it special. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Tom does a special. It's special people where you know it's special. And a lot of them now is just people that's doing 45 minutes worth of comedy. No beginning, no middle, no end, no point of view. You don't know anything about them. It's just like the same way they do photo dumps. It's just like joke dumps.
Right.
But I'll just say, and I'm not, people say Dave Chappelle's butt plug. But one thing I could say, however you look
Dave Chappelle's a what?
No, I'm Dave Chappelle's butt plug. I'm going back to, that's what people,
You gotta stop listening to what other people say.
Joe, I'm segueing into a story.
Is it about Jamie wearing a Fonzie jacket?
He's got him in all colors. He's got him in all colors.
He's got a red, white, and blue one.
And like people
He took it off before the show.
People get so critical, but at a certain point, people evolve. People that you know them a certain way, but then you talk about a person that's a 35, 40-year career. Like people like, well, this last special so-and-so did, it wasn't that funny. But how long are you going to just be like rip-roaring funny? Some people have a position where when they talk, people listen. And I'll use Dave as an example. If you look at all his special, 20 years from now, right? You have a Netflix and chill day or whatever. If you play all the special that Dave ever did, you would know exactly what was going on in the world at that time. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what's going on. Some people put out singles. They got 1 or 2 jokes. And some people put out albums. He's one of those people. Sebastian is another one. And you look at you see how his comedy is evolved. People get older. They have different perspective on life. And that's what you have to fucking accept them for. But we don't do that.
Right.
And another thing, I don't know if this is prevalent in your community, and when I say that, your community is a lot of people, but my community, man, it's just so much dumb beef, and it's only one white beef I've ever known about, and that's yours.
Mine?
Yes.
What do you mean?
The beef that you had with
Mencia?
Yeah, years ago.
Oh, well, that was the same thing like with Kat. Like, some shit just has to be exposed. That was a real problem, man. You weren't around the store back then, but it was a real problem. Where he had that special, or that show, rather, on Comedy Central after Dave left, which was basically doing his version of Dave's sketches. And he was...
Do you think it was his version of Dave's sketches?
There was a lot of shit like the one when he dressed like the white guy and had white paint on his face and wore the white wig. It was basically the same character that Dave was doing.
Yeah, but if you look at the history of sketch comedy, I don't think Dave was the first person to ever dressed himself up to look like.
Yeah,
Is
but
that
it was
coincidence?
right afterwards.
But
after. Same slot.
Anything that came after Chappelle's show, they would have compared it to.
Dave was saying it.
Yeah.
Dave never talked shit about nobody. He was like, this motherfucker's doing my show. Dave was saying it. Dave doesn't talk shit about nobody.
Right.
But that was only one of the problems. The real problem was he would sit in the back room and watch open mic nights and take their shit. Like they would flash the light when he was in the room so comics wouldn't do material. They would start doing crowd work.
So why didn't he get exposed before that? Why did it just come
Because
back?
nobody had the balls to do it.
And then he had to
Because he was famous at the time, and he was doing. And look, it cost me. I got banned from the store. I lost my agent, and I was famous.
Really?
I was on Fear Factor. I was rich. I had a lot going for me where I could stick my neck out.
But you came back stronger. I give another example, like the same situation with Dave and Comedy Central and shit. As much as he went through that, he took a 12-year hiatus or whatever you want to say.
What Dave showed in that is that he's a real artist.
Right.
Dave just said, fuck it, I'm going to disappear for a while like a legend. He just disappeared. I remember when I was hearing stories about Dave doing shows where he would set up a speaker in Seattle in the park and just start doing stand-up. And people were like, what the fuck? And for no money. People would just show up and he would just do street performances.
But you know what was kind of where he got that from? You've heard of a comic, I'm pretty sure of it, Charlie Barnett.
100%. Yeah, we played Charlie Barnett on the show. I knew Charlie.
Charlie was like, if you ever thought you were funny or whatever, this is what the art of, only people I've ever known that got a certain level of success with that, Charlie Barnett, Michael Collier, he used to be in his speech.
Right.
But people don't understand how Charlie Barnett would like, to go to a park, go to the center of Washington Square Park.
And gather around a bunch of people in a circle.
It's a certain technique. Not only that, you got to hold their attention for one joke.
Right.
You got to get them involved, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And you build this audience up, and then it's really for one joke.
A lot of people don't know that Charlie got Saturday Night Live, but he couldn't read.
Yeah, he couldn't, and that's what opened up the door. And but he was so gangster Like when they wouldn't give him spots because, you know, he was probably a bit to deal with, he would go to the Boston Comic Club and yell in there, "Don't go in there, I'm doing my show in 5 minutes." The whole fucking club would come out. That's how much power he had. But then sometimes that we become victims of our own vices and everything and it destroy us more than anything. That's why when people talk shit about, like, Kevin Hart didn't get out the mud, it's, you got funny, but you know, funny isn't everything. Okay, you're funny, that's not, oh, so good that you got talent, but more importantly, it's your work ethics and how do you take your God-given talent and your passion and turn it into money. You know, you're into music and everything. You probably could name 1 million saxophonists or whatever that didn't get to do that. You could be like, well, listen to this shit. But for some reason, they didn't have the business part and all that together. And I'm going back. I'm probably talking to circles now. But this is what upsets me the most about my folks or whatever, these people that go on these platforms and talk shit about people. There was a comedian that was talking shit about Martin Lawrence, right? Well, I saw Martin Lawrence, and Martin Lawrence in the casino, he's really, it's not that funny. I'm like this, motherfucker, he's Martin Lawrence.
Well, they didn't know him in the 90s. I used to have to follow Martin Lawrence
this
at the
person
Comedy Store.
particularly, if you just know Martin Lawrence, period, that's enough. Richard Pryor, before he passed away, when he was in a wheelchair, damn near rolled him out on the stage, sold out audiences.
I followed him for 6 weeks. I followed him for 6 weeks at the Comedy Store when he was like that.
Certain people, Joe, I look at this business, are made people. How dare you talk shit about this motherfucker?
That's a good way to put it. He's a made man.
Another thing, Joe.
A legend.
You know, in this business, you can have a career, right? But you have certain times where you just ruled. You had 3 years. Martin Lawrence, film star, movie star, comedy star. He had one period of time for 5 or 7 years when it was just Martin everywhere. How dare you, as a person gets older, and whether he has a good, bad a night or a bad night, how are you to judge? And you ain't doing shit. How are you to judge a motherfucker that when I was coming up, Joe, every fucking black comic in the business wanted an audition. Everybody wanted to be Hustle Man. Everybody wanted to just get 2 or 3 minutes on Martin's show because they knew that would do their career. So you judge a motherfucker years down the road, right? Where they basically, when Martin goes out, guess what? Martin not doing no tour saying I'm doing 45 minutes, whatever. He's like, y'all want to see me? Guess what? Y'all gonna see this young talent. You're gonna see this person. I'm putting people on. How dare you even have come out your fucking mouth and talk shit about this motherfucker? How dare you talk shit about motherfuckers that talk shit about Kevin Hart? How dare you talk shit about a motherfucker that was rocking with a dude, Nate Smith, R.I.P. passed away. I remember when Kevin Hart was the one of the motherfuckers doing those comment cards. All right, I'm doing email list. One person. I remember when fucking Kevin Hart had fucking 20,000 people on on Twitter. And at the radio, he was like, yo, radio station, yo, D, this is a problem. I seen the hard work. I see him not just come to fucking New York and do the black rooms. I'm doing the black rooms. I'm doing the white rooms. I'm doing all of this shit. How dare you? I'll just say this, and I'll answer this. It ain't no beef for nothing. Cat Williams said, this is what Cat Williams said about Kevin Hart. Oh, I find it very strange that you just come from New York and then you have a TV show and a movie show, and how does that happen? You were in New York. I'll tell you how it happens. You're on the biggest showcase in comedy, and you know what that is, JFL. Just for Laughs. Kevin Hart was a product of that. Monique was a product of that. Dave Chappelle was a product of that. No, Kevin Hart wasn't pounding the streets in LA, but he happened to be on a showcase. When back in the day, you do at JFL, it was motherfuckers leaving there that probably had $500 in the bank, leaving with a $250,000 development deal just to do nothing. That's the era it was.
I remember.
So just because you weren't in LA doesn't mean you wasn't beating the pavement. And I don't care. In LA, you got LA and New York. Nobody as a stand-up comic grinds as hard as a comic coming from New York opposed to LA. And the reason why, LA don't have that many stages. LA don't have that many stages. They used to tell you all the time, as a stand-up comic, if you're trying to be an actor, whatever, go to LA. If you want to be a great stand-up comic, bang it out in New York. And this was the rule back in the day, Joe. Let Hollywood call you. You just don't go to L.A. to sleep on somebody's couch. Some people had that story, but it was like you grind. And back then,
everybody's got their own path, Darnell.
Everybody,
you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's just work on your act.
That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, it's just everybody's got their own path. The real problem in this conversation is what I said earlier. It's worrying about what other people think. The more you spend time worrying about what other people think, the less you're worrying about what you're doing. Less you're thinking about what you're actually trying to achieve.
And I listen to what you're saying, and I don't listen to what you're saying. And the reason why I say that, every time I go into this rabbit hole or whatever, it's the echo. It's like a Rogan angel right here, and it's whispering, "Don't read the comments."
Yeah, but I'm right.
I still read them.
Yeah,
I know.
right.
But I'm stopping. But
Yeah.
this is another thing I didn't. What I didn't know is that white comedians actually have beef with each other. I did not know, or at least it's not, you don't hear about it.
It's rare. It's more rare, and the ones who have beef are usually failures. They're usually people that aren't doing well.
No,
usually people that
I
aren't
got an
doing
example.
well. Okay.
I'm exposing the industry right now. I'm not
Okay.
exposing. I have an example that's so funny. And this was interesting. I was at the Comedy Store.
Oh, you told me this.
This is so fucking funny to me, son. About 2 months ago, right? I'm good friends with Bill Burr. You know, we had Rich Bitch Tour with Charlie Murphy, me, Bill Burr years ago. And I know Mark Maron, right? I don't know. What I found out is I didn't know Mark Maron the way white people know Mark Maron, right? So I know Mark Maron. Like when I see Mark Maron, I was like, oh, that's the guy that had one of the greatest podcasts out. That guy that was one of the alternative comedy favorites. Mark Maron's special. Blah, 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 blah. So when I see Mark Maron, I have a certain level of respect. Like, oh, that's the guy who did it up. So I was doing Annie Letterman's show for Annie Wood or whatever, right? And I love that girl. And I'm in the green room and I'm smoking a joint. I forgot who sponsored this weed, but it was incredible, right? So I'm in here and I'm cracking jokes. Bill is right there, and then Mark is over by the side of the door. And I'm cracking jokes with Bill and everything, and I felt something. Nobody was really laughing at my jokes, right? Then all of a sudden, a whole fucking argument popped off. And it was white argument because it was so nice. They were so gentlemen to each other. It was a whole bunch of, oh yeah, but you'll never do my podcast. It was like podcast beefs. I'm right in the middle. I didn't even know that they had beef like this, but they were so gentle about it. But I tell you the difference between white beef and black beef, I never felt that I was going to get shot. Yo, I felt so safe. Yo, if anything, I thought it'd be like lawsuits the next morning, defamation of character, slander, but I never knew that it was fucking Caucasian and on Caucasian beef like that.
But this is an example.
And it was entertaining.
This is an example. Mark Maron was doing really well at one point in time in his career, and now he's not. So Mark Maron had the #1 podcast, and after a while, his podcast wasn't even in the top 200. It dropped off. Bill Burr, his career's took off. He's doing arenas. He's killing it. Mark's not. And Mark finds reasons to criticize other people that are doing much better than him. And he focuses on that because he thinks he should be getting more than he deserves.
But do you think that's going back to being a provocateur? He knows if he talked this shit,
No.
engage?
I think it's going back to being bitter and jealous and thinking about other people instead of thinking about himself and why people don't want to go see him anymore. He was upset when we left the Comedy Store because we took the crowds away. And it's like, hey, you were on the fucking marquee too, man.
Right.
They're not coming to see you. And the reason why they're not coming to see you is because you're not doing well. And your podcast was in the top. It was #1. And when it was at #1, by the way, this is what I always say about Mark Maron, he was great. Mark Maron was fun to hang out with when he was killing it.
Right.
Because he was happy. Because he was getting validation. Because he had the #1 podcast. We were friends. Like, I did his podcast, he did mine. We had a good time. I'd hug him when I see him. We had gone back and forth many times with having beef with each other.
Do you think people...
His problem, let me finish. His problem was when everybody else started doing really good and he started dropping off.
Right.
That's what happened.
This is what I don't understand. Why can't people understand that you have a moment? Like I was talking...
Because he's a fucking narcissist and he wants the moment to always be around him. He wants it to always be about him. And when other people are doing better than him, he wants to talk shit about them. And that's where Bill had a problem with it.
You think being a narcissist in this field is a bad thing? For some reason, I think that kind of fuels you to be the person that you are, to be determined to do it and not give a fuck about what nobody thinks.
Well, having self-respect and having an ego where you care about what you put out, yes, that's a good thing. But making it all about you and not being able to appreciate other people's work is crazy, because other people doing well can be fuel for you to be inspired and do better yourself. And
Right.
it's a positive thing.
Right.
And if these people are your friends and you love them and you care about them, you should be happy that they're killing it. And if you're not killing it anymore, you should try to figure out why. Because it's not like the door's not open. It's not like you're not getting on stage. It's not like you're not putting out specials. You should probably figure out why your podcast dropped from #1 to not even in the top 200 anymore without anything happening. You didn't get arrested. There was no scandal. There was nothing crazy. You should try to figure that out. And he doesn't do that because he's instead bitter and jealous. He's always been like that.
I didn't
There's
know
that
that
story
part of it.
about Jon Stewart. And Andrew Schultz came on the podcast and told a story about Jon Stewart and Maron, where Maron confronted Jon Stewart, but Jon Stewart got some television show. He called him a fucking sellout. He yelled at him, all this different shit. Jon Stewart left the show, and they hired Maron to do the same show.
Yeah.
The same show that he was calling Jon Stewart for being a sellout.
So
for
how
doing.
did you go from that to, okay, for you to have one of the biggest podcasts, at some point in your career, you had to be likable, or you think people just wanted to do the show
There
because
wasn't
it's a
very
platform?
many podcasts back then.
Right.
The thing that killed Maron's podcast, my personal opinion, no hate, is that he has this rant at the beginning of his podcast that's not entertaining. I don't think it's good. And the rant was long, and he would just ramble about himself, was very self-obsessed, and I just don't think it was good. And I think that was part of the problem. It's also the problem was how he interviewed people. He had a very confrontational interview style, specifically with some comedians that he felt like were below him or that he could pick on.
You would think that that style would work in this day and age.
No. People don't want always to be uncomfortable. They want to like you, man. They want you to be a good person.
People want train wrecks.
They want train wrecks for 15-second or 30-second Instagram clips. They don't
Right.
want train wrecks to be their primary thing that they're listening to when they're in traffic on the way to work.
But the people that host these podcasts now, like, I think people go on these podcasts now and like this, this is going to be clickbait. We're going to go
Some of
viral.
them, yeah, but they're not that talented. That's why they're doing it, is because that's their only method of getting attention. If they were entertaining and interesting and fascinating, then their podcast would be about that.
You know what?
It's all in what you're trying to focus on. What I try to focus on my podcast is, who do I want to talk to? I never have someone on and go, oh, this would be great. It'll be very controversial. People will fucking hate them. It'll be crazy. They'll say wild shit. I never do that. My podcast is only about who do I want to talk to. That's why I have a lot of people on that aren't even remotely famous, because they're interesting.
Right.
I find them interesting. I find the book they wrote interesting, the documentary they made interesting. I want to know something about them. It stimulates my curiosity.
Do you think that there's going to be a shift? Do you think that these salacious interviews, these interviews with the provocateur, you
don't
think
about it.
Okay.
That's my key.
You know
I
what's
don't
so funny?
think about
I would say this. You know what's funny about what you said? That I was with Dave a while ago, and he echoed the exact same thing. And I was having this conversation with him. He said, D, I don't even think about that shit.
Yeah, don't think about it. There's other things to think about. I've said this too many times. If people have heard this before, I'm sorry. Think of your focus and your attention like a number. Think of you have like 100 points in a day to spend on things. If you spend 30 of those points thinking about haters, or 30% of those thinking about bitter people, 30% thinking about other people that are doing better than you, that's 30% that you robbed from the 100% that you have to focus on your life. I have things to do, man. I have a family, I have friends, I have loved ones, I have interests, I have hobbies, I have comedy and podcasts and the UFC and all these different things that I like to do, and I think about those things. I don't think about negative, stupid things with people that have bitter, angry minds that are concentrating on other people's success and trying to tear them down all the time. Because they're trying to tear them down all the time because they compare themselves to them and they don't like how they stack up. They don't like the fact that person's doing better. They don't like the fact that person's more successful. So they try to take things either out of context, or they try to misrepresent who that person is. They try to change public perception of that person to try to drag that person. Get people, oh, there's beef. Oh, there's beef. Those are simple-minded people that you're always going to attract. But you're not going to change people's opinions of things.
Right.
It's a trick. It's a trap that you're playing on yourself. It's a waste of your precious resources. You only have so much time in the day. My time I spend on things that I think are interesting or beneficial or things that excite my curiosity. And I think that is the way I like to live my life. Now, if you like to live your life constantly engaged in beefs and being filled with anxiety and stress and you want to do that, okay. But those are bitter fucking people. I don't want to be a bitter person.
In another life, could you have been a therapist?
Well, I majored in psychology for the brief amount of time that I was in college. That was what I was interested in. But I was doing that because I was fighting at the time, and I was trying to figure out how to manage my mind. So I was trying to figure out the inner workings of the human psyche.
Do you think, I know this is, I'm not, do you think your success made you a more calm person to not give a fuck?
Well, it certainly helps, right? You don't have to give a fuck. If you have enough money that you could just like disappear off into the sunset and never have to worry about money. Because a lot of people are always worried about money. And so you're always constantly in this state of anxiety of trying to get more. That helps. But it's also, it's like, there's other things in life. I concentrate on my loved ones. I concentrate on my friends. I concentrate on things I enjoy doing, on fun. This life is short, man. You and I are 58 years old. We're more than halfway dead. Why would you spend time concentrating on people you don't like? Like, there's one thing if someone's wronging you. It's one thing if you find out you have a business partner who's been stealing money, or you have someone who's lying about
Shout
you.
out to Dane Cook.
No,
I'm just saying.
His brother.
I know
his own brother stole
I know
from him. That's
Dane is
just
like this.
crazy.
Yeah, the fuck. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And I'm at a place right now. I was
Back. Summon. There he's going. He probably doesn't have the good water, but
Get ready! This shouldn't take long! Line up and crush these fools!
didn't even grind up because there's. Feels like there's so much going on right now.
I was with John Hamm, right? San Francisco. And I had just did a show with Dave, and it was interesting. He said something to me. He's in the back, and he's with his wife, and we kicking it. He used to come out to summer camp and everything, hang out with us. I don't even say we like super friends, but we have mutual respect for each other. And it was interesting because we were in the green room. And this is after I had just slayed this audience or whatever, right? And I'm feeling good. And he said, Donna, he said, what is it that you really want to do? He said, what is it that you want? I said, what kind of question? He said, no, I mean, what is it? What is it? TV? Is it a TV show? Is it movies? I was like, John, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. For me to be able to wake up, not have to work for anybody, call my own shots, make a fair wage, take care of my families, enjoy my friends and everything. And it's me connecting with a God-given talent. Anything else is a bonus. I don't look at it like I need the private jet and everything. Certain things you're like, you know, that would be nice. But I just look at what this life has given me, and I'm appreciative of that. I know so many people that of my class, whatever, that aren't doing nearly as well as I am, or even the ones that aren't. That don't mean that they're happy. You know what I'm saying? So when he asked me that question, I didn't think anything bad of it. I was like this. I don't get caught up on looking at somebody, they got this, they got that. I like this. Am I happy? Am I comfortable? Do I get to do what I want? So whether I tell people all this all the time, whether I get another film opportunity, whether I get another TV show or whatever, or any of that, I'm living what some people's dreams are.
Yes.
And it's not my dream, it's my reality.
Yes.
And I also had to realize this is so easy for us to do. You can be so connected with somebody, and even with my situation, with my connection with Dave and everything, I'm a huge fan of Dave. He's given me great opportunities and everything. But at some point in my life, I had to say, you can't be caught up in somebody else's dreams so much that you forget your realities. And my reality is, whether I'm alongside of him or what I'm doing, I got to continue to be Donnell Rawlings. I got to continue to support my family. I got to continue to do things that I do. And it's so easy. It's so easy for me to get caught up like, I'm rolling with Dave. We on the Jets. We doing this type of shit. But then I'll lose focus on who I am. And I realize for me, and my career continues to go, when I know how to make that separation. I do have.
Yeah, but the thing is, even when you're caught up with Dave, you still love him and you don't hate him at all. You're not jealous of him.
Not at all.
You might get caught up in the wave because you're hanging out with one of the greatest comics that's ever lived, but it doesn't mean that it's a negative.
And you know another thing, let me add to that. And I'm not blowing my own horn or whatever. Like you said, one of the greatest comedians ever lived, right? If a person had a conversation with Dave Chappelle, people can say whatever I'm worrying about people think. If you ask Dave who is in his top 5 comedians, my name's gonna come up. So as much as people, they always talk about, they always try to pin me like, blah, blah, this and everything. I respect the fact that he respects me, I respect him. We work together, we push each other, we make each other, whatever people want to say, we make each other better. And what other people understand is that, like, he's like truly my friend. You know what I mean? It's not like I just work on a show, he's my friend. And even when some of my fondest memories, especially when I come here, is when we was doing those fucking shows.
Yeah.
When we was doing shit nobody was doing.
When we were doing those lockdown shows, ooh, that was fun.
Yo, it was so
wild times.
We already have a community. We all have mutual respect for each other. But the thing that made that so special wasn't nobody doing this shit.
Right.
That's what made it, and it really, one thing about the pandemic, it made you appreciate life a lot more than before the pandemic.
Yeah, it made you appreciate freedom.
Freedom.
Ability to do shows.
Yeah.
Remember we did those shows outside and everybody was wearing a mask? It was so stupid.
But
they all got tested too?
I had so much fun during the pandemic. I was almost embarrassed to show the pictures I wanted to show, like faceless shit. Yo, we would take pictures and people was like this, look at him, he could kill my grandmother. I'm like, all right, first of all, you did it, Dave did it. I was like, people was like this, oh, it must be nice to have rich friends that have testing machines. I was like, you're absolutely right. It is. It's beautiful. It is the most amazing shit
it
ever.
is.
Dave Chappelle raped my nose
Must
for 2
be nice.
summers in a row when we were doing the shows in the cornfields and shit. But this is what people understand. He took the opportunity, that village of Yellow Springs, he made it as safe as it could be. Like any place we would go, hotels, that everybody had an opportunity to get tested. And I remember, this was very interesting. When the bubble, we did one, this was Bob Saget, R.I.P. We were doing these shows, and I think that before Bob passed away, when he came out to Yellow Springs and was hanging out with Dave and us and everything, it gave him some incentive to want to go back on the road and do. He was just got really excited about doing it again. We did 55 shows. The summer was over. The run was clear. We had no positives or anything. Dave extended the show another week, and that week was when the bubble popped, right? And now everybody's like freaking out, like, oh my God, these same women that was people's coming out there, they was getting flown out jets. They wasn't getting traffic, but they created the environment. He and his friends around. We was going to restaurants. We would have the whole spot. We was just doing all this stuff. Nobody's thinking about the possible consequences of that. And I remember this one girl was like, oh my God, I don't even know I'm here. Then I looked at Dave, I was like, yo, man, damn, we almost made it, man, through. He was like, Donnell, it's gonna be okay. He said, you gotta realize, this is the reason why we test. When we first got our first positive, had we not been tested, it could have been crazy.
And we got it first positive because dude went to do somebody else's podcast and they didn't test. Remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that because I remember that scene. It was so funny. Yeah, that was here.
Yeah.
And it was like, something was different because we had one positive, and you remember that backstage used to be packed out, right? It started getting lower and lower, right? It was basically like me, Sife Sounds, somebody else was in the green room, right? And then Big J came. That's one of my friends, good friends. Big J came back, and he had this look on his face like it's over, right? And he came in there, and I looked, I said, boss man got it. He's like, yep, right? And another thing Dave could have did, this is why I respect his character. He could have been, at that time, he could have just been in the mask, went on stage, went back out. He canceled the show, but the funniest shit, it's a whole Stubbs. Room is sold out, right? And then Cena comes back, and Cena was like, I need you to go out there and tell people that the show is canceled, right? I said, you don't need me to do that shit, nigga. Because the minute, it's one thing, if I go out there, people can be like, show start, right? And as a comedian, I'm not gonna not tell jokes. And then I'm like, oh yeah, Dave not gonna show up. But that was, the crazy thing about that, everybody, at the Line Hotel, they was making jokes, Joe, they call it COVID row. Because we had like the whole floor locked down, right? And everybody in our team got it. But it felt like an old school chicken pox party. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like, we got it. But I tell you, man, what we did, like, everything was like, okay, make sure you had your vitamins, all that type of shit. But the beauty of it was, we was like, you know, people was testing out like 8 or 9 days, right? So we thought we was gonna leave. After a while, I was like, wait a minute, the next round was gonna be in 10 days. And for some reason, everybody went back to being negative. We closed and did more shows and we got the fuck up out of here. But it was a beautiful time, man.
It was a beautiful time. It was
what
a
a time
fun
to be alive. Yep.
It was a fun time. But it was crazy.
And then we did that. What that fucking joint we did? It was in Tacoma.
The Superdome. That was wild. That was
25,000?
Whatever it was. We broke the Tacoma Dome record.
I never been in a place where the laughter was so hard, it felt like helicopters was on it.
Crazy.
It was crazy.
It was crazy.
This is what I respect about what you guys did. You got people saying they doing it.
So my Goblin Jumper cables work. So
That was pre-COVID, brother.
celebration.
Yeah, that was pre-COVID.
But
That
what
was
I will
before
say-
everything popped off.
What I will say about a real arena show, you got the arena show where a quarter of the venue is being used for stage, and never, right? So it ain't the true capacity.
Right.
But the shows you motherfuckers was doing, it was in the round.
Right. Well, the wildest thing was walking through the crowd to get to the stage.
Man,
Those are crazy times.
You've experienced this shit of that walk from your UFC shit. Man, I'm so grateful for you guys' friendship and everything. And for me, it was so special for me because I didn't sell a ticket. Nobody else, no opening sell. You and Dave sold those tickets, right? But the best feeling for me, Joe, was when I go out and DJ Trauma be like, you seen him on HBO's The Wire. You seen him on BMF, whatever. But simple line. But you fell in love with Ash Larry Chappelle show, and them people fucking go crazy. I don't give a fuck if you ever been in a fist fight in your life. When you come through them tunnels, you doing this shit right here. You feel like Tyson, like, just give me a robe. Just give me a towel. I'm about to go beat these motherfuckers up. And every show we had, there was no room for being okay. You had to be on your game every time.
Yeah,
It was good
fun.
times.
It was a good time. Well, that was when all that COVID shit went down with me, when CNN turned my face green. That was because of a Nashville show that we were doing that we had to cancel.
Yeah, I didn't know
That's
that.
what that was. Yeah, we were supposed to do a show that weekend, and I got COVID the previous weekend. I was doing an arena with Tony in Florida, and I got COVID in Florida, and then I made that video on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday. It was like the third day after I got COVID, where I got over it, and I was like, you know, I feel fine, but we have to cancel the shows this weekend.
Right.
And that's when all the shit went down, because I took COVID. That was up with that was those
Oh
arena
yeah, I
shows
remember that.
we were
Yeah, they
doing.
was like, oh, he has the answer to everything. Yo, if he don't have the answer, at least he's fucking trying to find it. It's so
Well,
interesting.
whether or not I had the answer, the crazy thing is I was better. I was already better, and they turned my face green on CNN. Like we got to see how crazy the media really is. Like they didn't want to hear nothing but you have to take this vaccine.
And you have to do that.
And if you didn't take this vaccine, you're a part of the problem.
It's hard that I just don't, as devastating as that time was, I'm just, how is it just like fucking over now? Is it herd immunity? How is it just like,
Yeah,
it almost
it's herd
like,
immunity. It's also, you know, everybody who got it. You got immunity because of it. And then Also, whatever variants are still left, they're significantly diminished. That's how viruses
It's
generally...
like a cold strand now, right?
Yes. Well, that's how viruses generally go. They become more transmissible but less potent over time. Yeah, and that's what happens.
I'm gonna tell you, there was a time though, man. I even said, man, maybe it was just something about how people got along with each other. I was like, we should do like once a year, just have a week of just lockdown. Yo, just so you can get it. Man,
It makes you appreciate freedom. That's for sure.
It made me appreciate nature, bro. I bought a fucking house in Yellow Spring because of it. I was like, you know what, trees, woods. I don't know if the streets can handle this, but I became a bird watcher. I watch birds. You know what that does to my street credit? What? To know the difference between a cardinal and a blue jay? It's not the most. Listen. There's some blue jay calls, and I can't be in the street talking about. It's good shit.
If you can't appreciate nature, that's whatever. That's bullshit. That's ridiculous.
Here's the thing. I didn't crash out today. Didn't crash out. I know people think I'm a crash out king. It's not that. Sometimes I just need to.
You mean
talk.
on the show today?
Yeah. What did I?
No, you definitely accused Jamie of wearing a leather jacket.
Jamie did have a leather jacket. He had a leather jacket on, man. And I think he brushed his eyebrows, too. It was everything. I was like, I've never seen this sexy side of Jamie. He had like a British accent. He was like, I think you want a book on the show. I was like, who is
his eyebrows?
I was like, who the fuck is this person, man? It was something different.
We definitely went through something that most people would never experience in their life.
No.
And most previous generations never experienced it. Having a nationwide, worldwide pandemic that everybody freaked out, and we didn't. Not only did we didn't freak out, we did shows, we had a good time, we hung out together. Those after parties when we go to the line, you had a DJ,
God.
and we would laugh and laugh. We would laugh till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
The girl I was dating,
so much fun.
Girl I was dating at the time, she couldn't believe that. She was like, I would be like this. So what do you do? I was like, well, I was at the line, kicking it with Dave and Joe. What y'all doing? Just talking and laughing till 3:30 in the morning. They was like, get the fuck out of here. You was fucking. No, I wasn't. We was just on some roller shit. It was just,
We
it
had
was really
so
good.
much.
It was
And
really good.
we also realized how special it was that we could do this while the whole world was locked down.
Yep. I'm telling you, I was embarrassed to show pictures. My mother would call me, you better be careful out there. I'm like, man, I'm getting tested. We got tested more than probably anybody in the country. And that's
I got tested every day because I was doing podcasts through the whole thing.
I did your show doing that one time.
Yeah.
And then I sat down and before I got the results. The last time I was here, you was like, did he get the test? I'm like, I'm like, this, please don't come in here like, get this motherfucker out of here.
Well, we
But
definitely
did
had
it.
a couple people that tested positive. We had to get them out. And I tested positive once.
But the thing about it, taking those precautions, you can isolate it, you
Yep.
knew where it came, and you shut it down. That's one thing. If you're not doing that, it's all over the place. Just think
Yeah.
about it. Imagine if Jamie would have got COVID, then we would have never seen his sexy side now.
Jamie got COVID. He got COVID before anybody. He got COVID really early on when there was no vaccine, no treatment, no nothing. He had to take a whole week off.
Maybe that's why he has the attitude that he has.
Well, we did the Kanye podcast. You had COVID that week, right? Yeah. Yeah, he missed the Kanye podcast.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, Jamie, if you thought I said anything that was kind of disrespectful to your character.
Well, it's just
who you are.
totally false.
No, it wasn't. I'm telling you. That fucking ponytail, I don't know what the fuck he did about it that
Like a
time.
Steven Seagal ponytail,
Yeah,
like
and
slick
it was,
back.
And not only that, but he put his hair back like this.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like like a Diddy party. That's how he started Diddy party.
Like a Diddy party.
Yep. Or, I'm going to say that because never mind. I never went to a Diddy party. I have a photo, but I never went to a Diddy party. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like, I think people are going to be wiser if something like that happens again. I don't
Could
think
it
they're
ever
gonna-
happen again?
Yeah,
It could?
100%. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of people that think they engineered that whole thing and they wanted it to happen. This is the largest upward transfer of wealth in human history.
So many
Small
companies
businesses went down.
Look
Big
what it did.
businesses got made more money.
Look what it did to Zoom.
Yep. Zoom took
I
off.
remember Zoom because I had a show in Naples, whatever. I met this doctor that he wanted me to be on this podcast. And I was like, how are we going to do it? He said, we can do it by Zoom. This was when it was only like for like business people. It was really like the nerdy thing.
Yeah, that's what it used to be. Yeah.
It used to be, but the pandemic, it blew it up. It's like now, Zoom is like, that's the best way. You don't want to talk to somebody on the phone, they call you, oh, I'm on a Zoom right now. It is so like in everybody's household, and that just blew up. So many businesses did the same thing.
Is anybody using that anymore?
Zoom?
Yeah.
They use it for an excuse not to talk to somebody.
Do they do Zoom podcasts anymore? Do people do Zoom podcasts? I never hear that term. It used to be things like, oh, we're going to do it on Zoom. I don't hear that anymore.
A few other platforms exist now. I don't even think we can discuss it.
Yeah, they had one was like Clubhouse, whatever, all of these things.
Oh, yeah, Clubhouse.
was popular.
Clubhouse is a big one. That was a big one where people were essentially doing podcasts. Like anybody could just
talk
chime
shit.
in and talk shit.
People was getting like 1 million followers in 3 days and shit like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of that. And a lot of people thought that was going to keep going. Like Clubhouse is going to be the new thing. I'm like, it's just bad podcasting.
And it's what there was only up so many things that battle, the versus battles that they do now, and when they have like it's been hip hop and R&B. I think it was Swiss Beats and Timbaland. I think they started this thing during the pandemic. It was versus, right, where you have an artist versus another artist in like a competitive type of situation. They didn't win anything, but it was just entertaining.
Ooh, living a Ruby.
It was so low level, like people was in front of their computers, it was freezing up and everything, but it was what everybody was doing. Now that's like one of the biggest things now. They did one at Madison Square Gardens, like it's a big thing now when you want to, it's just like a competition. Like you got, I think that they had Cash Money and No Limit Records, but it's I don't see no white verses, but it's a popular thing, and it started because of the pandemic.
Well, so many businesses started during the pandemic because a lot of people got laid off, so they started their own business. A lot of online businesses started. A lot of people quit their jobs because they realized, look, they could just take this shit away from me at any minute. Why am I doing something that I hate when I thought there was security in it? There's no security in it. I'm going to start my own business.
Also, even like you're an example of what happens when you finally realize that you don't need Hollywood the way it used to be.
No. Well, we figured that out a long time ago. We
Yeah,
figured
but
that
the
out when the
pandemic-
podcast started kicking off in like the early
maybe like
2010s. I realized that. I was like, I don't need TV shows anymore. We figured that out in like 2013, 2014.
And Hollywood is not like it used to be. I'm a very old school guy, but I remember when I first started, you couldn't make it in this business. You had to be in New York or LA.
Yep.
There was no producers.
How much for a
going to-
stack?
They wasn't going to Toledo, Ohio. There was no
Right.
way. This was big.
Well, there
back-
was no comedy communities outside of New York and LA.
No, not at all.
Not a
Oh,
real community. There might
no.
have been like a good club that had
Oh,
some, like Denver
no.
always had like good opening acts,
Yeah.
good
Comedy
community.
Works was responsible
But
for that.
it wasn't like a real hub like Austin is now. And that wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for the pandemic. People wouldn't have moved.
They wouldn't have moved.
No.
And you brought a whole community here. As much as this place was always big for music or whatever, but I mean, there's no way anybody cannot agree with like what you did and what you
I can
made.
barely afford the
A
exalted
lot of
weapon.
People is that you could go somewhere else, get a better quality of life
Yeah.
and everything. Like,
Lower cost of living, better quality of life, no traffic, nicer people,
Yeah.
and no Hollywood bullshit. The problem with the LA is always going to be poisoned by the idea of going there to become famous.
Right.
That whole idea was permeated in the culture of LA, and that fame was like the #1 commodity.
But back then that was the
Yeah,
case.
it
When
was the
producers-
case.
But no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But the problem is that's bad for art. It's bad for your ability to produce shit. I mean, you got great comics that came out of LA, but that was in spite of what LA had to offer.
Right.
It wasn't because of. Whereas Austin, like the main reason people come here, first of all, is Kill Tony. Because like you said, Kill Tony is one of the rare places where you can be a comic that's been doing comedy 3-4 years, I mean, even just starting out, but you got some talent, you can have a fucking career.
Yeah.
Like a real career, and it'll launch. Look, you got Cam Patterson who's on SNL right now. You got all these people like William Montgomery, David Lucas. They're killing it on the road, selling out everywhere they go. Ari Matty, these guys, I mean, they have a real career now
But you know,
because of
another
Tony.
thing that they don't understand is like this is what I say, and I use you as an example. whenever you hear about somebody saying that they want to do a podcast, the first thing is certain names like, I want to be Joe Rogan. And I said this before, nobody wanted to be Joe Rogan fucking 25 years ago. They didn't want to put the work in. They want to see the accolades, the fortune you've built. They see that part, but nobody sees the hard work. Even with Kill Tony, the fact that during the pandemic, when he could have let the whole platform just fall apart, like we don't know when we're going to do it, he dug deeper and figured out a way, I'm just going to continue to do it. Nobody ever respects the journey.
Right.
And if you think about it, Joe, and you probably the same way, most successful people, and I know some very, very wealthy people, right? And when they talk about their career, whatever, they hardly ever talk about the yacht. They ever talk about the fucking mansion they got in Paris. You know, they talk about, it was just me and my wife, and we drove a Toyota, a Toyota Corolla, and we was like, we was down to the last 10 bucks. She did this. That's the most interesting part of the story for most successful people. People don't understand that.
Right. They only think about where you got to.
Right.
I want to get to there too.
They want to skip everything.
Yeah.
I hear people right now, I want to be like stand-up. I'm like, all right, well, no. When I was doing HBO's The Wire, right, this guy I knew, he was like, this motherfucker said, yo, D, what's the number to The Wire? I want to call him. I want to be on The Wire.
They're unleveling them, sell the bags.
This is David Simon. Yeah. I can be Omar. They know. I was like, and guess what? If I knew the number to The Wire,
I wouldn't give it to you.
I'm not giving it to you. I want you to get that busy signal. That's what it's. Nobody ever wants to respect the grind, and everybody wants the rewards of the grind.
Well,
Put
it's
the
not
work in.
everybody. It's just people that they're missing it. They're not getting what it's all about. What it's all like. Kill Tony's a great example of that. I was there in the early days of Kill Tony. When Tony started out in 2013, there was no one in the crowd. There was no one there. It was a small show. You'd have a few comedians. You know, I was doing it back before I was back at the Comedy Store, when I was still banned. So I was doing it from the Ice House.
Right.
And he didn't do it thinking it was going to be the #1 show in the world and he was going to be on Netflix. And he did it because it was fun to do.
And he loved it.
And he wanted to do a great job. And he wanted to make it better every week. And he kept doing it, kept getting better at it. It's the same thing with this podcast. This podcast didn't make money for years. Didn't make any money for years. It cost money.
But the most successful people are the ones, like even with, when I first started doing comedy, right? You have some comedians that go like, I want to do comedy. I want to get pussy off of it, right? When I first started, the only thing I wanted to do, Joe, I wanted to be good. I was like this, if I'm good, all those other things that are rewards to that, they will happen, but I had to be good first. And here's the thing that I think, especially when you have these like social media comedians or whatever, the thing the interesting thing about it, it's kind of hard to tell somebody to work on their craft when they're getting all the perks of what the craft can present them at an early stage. It's hard to tell somebody that's only been doing it for 2 years, just making $50,000 or $100,000 a month off of monetizing something. They're like this, you need to get better. Hello?
They don't have to. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. If you just want to do that, do that. And also, some of them are going to figure it out anyway. Some of them are going to figure out, I'm not getting better. I'll get better. I'm going to work harder at it.
Right.
There's going to be people that don't figure things out no matter what you do in this life. There's going to be a bunch of people that have a distorted perception of what success is all about, what you really want. It's always going to be that.
This is an interesting question. What is your definition of success?
Happiness. Happiness and doing something that you enjoy doing. It's something that's challenging.
So what is your
Something you
definition of
enjoy
happiness?
doing. Friendship, love, doing something I enjoy doing it well, doing it better all the time, getting better at it. You know, I mean, you're and struggle. You're always going to have some kind of a struggle. And that struggle, hopefully, is you trying to be better at the thing that you're doing.
What gives you, this is an interesting question. What gives you the incentive to always continue to want to perform? What gives you incentive to always want to do Joe Rogan and Friends when you could just sit back and fucking just...
Because it's fun. It's fun. It's, first of all, the green room on Tuesday and Wednesday nights at the Mothership, some of the funniest times I've ever had in my fucking life. It's so fun. We have so much fun there. There's Ron White there, and Shane Gillis, and Tony, and It's fun. It's community.
Sounds like you're trying to get me to
We
change my
enjoy
flight.
our times. Like, come on.
I
we'll
gotta
show
come to
tomorrow.
a Tuesday.
What are you doing tomorrow? Come on, Daniel. What do you got going on tomorrow? Where are you headed back to Ohio?
No, I'm going to L.A.
Do you have a show?
I got a son,
Oh, okay. Well, that's different.
but I can just give him some Roblox money. He'll be like, yo, I'll give you some Roblox money. He'll be cool. Let me see. I might.
That'll be
just-
cool.
I wish I would have even thought about it before, but I might. I haven't had that experience.
Oh, calm down then, if you can.
Yeah.
If your son's cool with it, do it. If not, there's always another
I
time.
can
You
bribe
book it
him.
another
And this is
time.
another thing about me being an older dad. Like, my son is really the age he could be my grandson. I don't have time to do all those instill values and morals and shit. I'm like this, will Candy shut this motherfucker up? Yo, I'm like, yo, let's go to McDonald's or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna see. I would definitely consider that. Yeah.
Consider it.
Yeah.
But that's what I like. I mean, I'm just enjoying my life, and I like to do things that I find that are interesting and challenging. And I like to have conversations with interesting people. And I like the fact that people enjoy it still.
You know, when I first met you, and I already knew that you had the ultimate platform, right? And I never, this is me, and I don't know if this is what happened, but I was like, I never want to be like, hey, Joe Rogan, I'm down here around some so-and-so. And the only respect I ever wanted to get from my peers and people that were doing it was like from the stage. You know, I was like, if we ever make the connection, I wanted to be off of, yo, this motherfucker is funny first, not just like, hey, you know, I rock with Dave and anything. I think that
Right.
was what happened. I used to spend
Yeah.
time in it, and I never did. Even to this day, I just look at like, I just want people, you can respect me as a man and respect my character, whatever, but at the end of the day, what I love to do the most is stand up. I want you to be like, yo, this motherfucker put some work in, and then we can build everything off of that. That's what the respect I want. I want the respect for what I put in and the work I put in. If people can acknowledge that, then that's what builds my relationship with you. Is built my relationships with all of these guys, Bird, all of these people that I fuck with now. It ain't because anything other than like, yo, he's a dope comic, and then you can find out that I'm a good dude after that.
Yeah. It's that, and then after that, it's got to be like, are you cool?
Right.
Is he fun to hang out with?
Right.
Yeah.
Barry Katz said that one time. He said that in one of his podcasts. It's one of the things that separate like who goes on the road or so and so is if you're a good hang.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's everything.
I don't know how many people quote Barry Katz, but I want to share this story.
You might be the only one.
And you said probably the only one. But you said something earlier about undeniable, right?
Yeah.
I remember when I first moved from D.C. and I moved to New York.
I didn't mean to do that. I messed that up.
In the black community, whatever. I was like, I don't think this is going to be enough. I want to do the mainstream stuff. I want to do other things, right? And Barry Katz, they used to host this comedy at this place called El Flamingos in D.C. in New York. And Barry Katz saw me there. He was like, I don't think I've ever seen a comedian go in front of an audience and you're ready to rip someone's head off, and you can hear silence. You know, that's the control I had with the audience. So we built sort of a respect for each other. And I remember one time I was at the Comedy Cellar and he was there. And I knew that he was, back then, whatever you want to say about him, nobody had a roster bigger than Barry Katz. Back then, in like 97 or whatever, he had everybody. The list goes on and on. So, and I knew he was a fan of mine. And I said, Barry, man, I'm trying to work these clubs, these mainstream clubs, where I'm having a hard time getting past these clubs. I was like, could you make a phone call or whatever for me? And he looked at me, he said, this is what you do. I'll probably do the worst. Everybody does a better Barry Katz.
You gotta do Barry like this.
Yeah, okay, I'll try it again. He was like,
This is what you do.
down and slow it down. He said, just rip. Right, he said.
Yeah, be undeniable.
That's what he said. He said,
Yeah.
just be. He said, I'm not talking. And I tell, this is advice I give people. They say, well, I need so-and-so. I was like, I'm not talking about have one good set and you have 4 bad sets. I'm talking about the consistency where every time somebody sees you go on that stage, you blowing the roof off. And once you do that, the managers are going to come to you. They're going to hear about it. That's one of the things that a lot of people try to skip. they like, oh, how was your set? It was okay, but I can't talk to you unless you just straight just destroying shit everywhere. Then you got other shit to work on.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of people that are very delusional about how well they're doing because they want so much. They want it all to be about them, so they think they should have already had this. They should have already had that. Why don't I have a sitcom? Why don't I have a this? Why don't I have a that?
And I always said this is another thing. Even with these lineups, you do these shows, whatever. I always say that you have time to have a defining moment. If you're in the room, right, and for some reason the room is on fire, the club is on fire, everybody is real.
What, they want to kill it?
You probably won't stand out as much as that night when everybody was bombing. You've seen rooms where everybody come back and say that crowd was weird, but then you got one motherfucker back there like this. I don't give a fuck what y'all doing.
Right.
I'm going to elevate this. Those are the times when you gotta fucking stand up.
Yeah, well, we used to see that all the time at the store, like late night at the store in particular, where like, you know, because the way the store works, the show starts at 8 p.m. and it goes on until 2 a.m. And there's a lot of people that get there at 8 p.m. that are like, you know, tourists that are in town. And they sit there for the whole fucking show. They came to see the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
So by the time 12:30 rolls around, fuck, they've seen everything. And so you get this lull period. And then someone will go up and just tear that fucking place apart for 50 people.
When I was so naive when I first started that we used to have open mics, right? And
The item that
would be like 25
increases rep
And
gain.
they-
Did I already get it?
because I used to talk shit in the
Rollbane's
audience, and
command.
they would keep bumping me down, right? And my dumbass never got mad, right? I was like this, yeah, they want me to headline, right? 25 comedians. I took that, I was like, yes, I didn't think about audience fatigue or anything.
Oh, boy.
I just was like, yeah. And it would be, but I'm telling you, I think that was one of the things that made me strong because
100%.
I was like, I'm going to do what the next person. This is one story. This is one of, if you ask Dave Chappelle, one of the dopest sets he's ever seen. I just so happened to be a part of that. It was at the Hollywood Bowl years ago, about 3 years ago, right? You know, Jeff.
Is that when he got attacked?
No, that wasn't. That was like the year before.
Oh, okay.
You know Jeff Will's Live Nation, right?
Sure.
So we're doing.
Shout out to Jeff.
Shout out to Jeff. We're doing a show. You know, Hollywood Bowl's 18,000 people, right? So show starts at 7 o'clock, right? Jeff comes up to me. He was like, Donnie, I got some good news and bad news. He said, what? He said, we're going to start on time. It's only but 700 people out there, right? Now, you imagine what 700 people look like in front of 18,000 place, right? He said, there's only 700 people out there. He said, well, I can let you start now or we can wait 10 minutes. I was like, Jeff, it's not like 17,000 people going to show up in 10 minutes. I said, give me the mic now. Big ass stage. I jump off the stage, right? Dave and all these people in the green room. I jump off the stage. I go into the audience. I'm literally going to each person in the theater. And I'll get you a picture. You can add to this. I'm going to each person.
Why didn't they wait for the people to show up and sit down?
That's what I wanted to say, but they were just like, the show has to continue.
I
right?
don't allow that. I never allow that.
I'll tell you another
They've
story.
tried to do that before with me, and they say we're going to have to pay more money if the show goes over. I go, then the show goes over and we pay more money. Get the fuck out of here.
But for me, it was a moment because any other comedian, not any other, most people are like this, oh, was nobody out there? So many excuses. I jumped off stage. I was like, no, I can't be up here. Look like I'm about to be auctioned off. I go in the audience. I'm going to each joint, right? And I'm fucking killing. It's 700 people in front of 18,000.
That's a great way to start a show.
But listen, and I'm like this, and here's the fucked up thing about this. Nobody's going to know about it because your fucking phones are locked up, right? Yo, it was a moment. Dave, everybody for the green room came out.
4 fell iron bars,
And
2
Dave told me
arcane
today,
dust.
He said, if I was doing a class on stand-up comedy, he said, I would use this as an example of like owning up to
Fell
it. And it was so crazy, man. It was like, and
oh my
it was
god,
just-
so that's
it
12G.
was crazy. I remember another time I was working with, I think I was working with you. It was me,
2
you, and
arcane
Dave.
dust,
And I think
4
it was
motes
time
of
we were doing
fire.
Outdoor theater.
Let's see.
And
Moat.
it was supposed to be a break. It was supposed to be me. It was supposed to be, I think, you, Tony, or whatever, or something. Then it was a break, and then it was going to be me and Dave.
Do I have any of these?
It was still daytime. Right?
Where was this?
I can't remember the place. It was still did Jeff. He came up.
Oh
to me.
boy.
He was. I was like, I already know. I'm gonna have to go on there, and I literally had to.
So
perform
4,
until I
8,
started getting-
12. So
I
16.
remember this.
And I was
show.
saying
It's gonna be
to
like a
myself, I was
50 G
like,
quest.
Ain't no way. I was like this. Ain't no way they giving Rogan. And it wasn't a shitty audience. People just hadn't come yet.
I think I'm gonna do it
I
though.
was like, I knew.
Let's
I
see where
was
Moats
gonna
of Fire
even
dropped
suggest- I was
from.
like, nah, we had these two halves, right? And
Moat
it was,
of
and that was another example. Of, okay, you gotta do what you gotta do. And I had to go up there. It wasn't the spot that I expected or whatever, but I was like this, you know, for the sake of the show. And I'm always like, what do we need to do to support this? And we had to bring it down. We had to buy some more time, and then by the time you got on stage,
Vendor location, huh?
it was seated.
It was dark.
It was dark.
That
and I
was
like,
that was outside of San Francisco.
I can't remember exactly.
Yeah,
Hellfire
that was
Peninsula.
California. That was
Yeah.
California.
But
That
I-
shit was fun.
But I tell people all the time, and I do slight mentor. I was like, man, it's certain times where
Is
you
this
gotta
still
do
live
what
streaming
the
on
next
YouTube?
person
Or did we
is not
crash?
gonna do. You can't bitch about shit, and
No.
at the end of the day, you got to be a fuck. I know when I used to do these shows with Dave, I used to fucking get the shittiest time. Like, we're at 30% capacity. I'm like, man, half of these motherfuckers not even gonna see me. But I looked at it like this. Well, the people that's gonna see me, they're gonna remember it, you know. And you just got to keep on going.
That's a good attitude.
Yep.
Yeah, that's healthy.
See, I feel like
Very productive.
this conversation is going to bode well with my mental health.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think
Everything except the lies you told about Jamie.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna
4 Moats of Fire, 4 iron
videos.
bars.
I wish I would've
Okay,
had it.
so
Yeah, I wish
that
you did
day.
it too.
And the thing about
You
it
would
was,
see, like, oh man, he didn't.
and he wasn't even.
what happened? The sound crashed again?
To me, like, what is it?
No,
What?
I walked.
I knew. I was like, who is this fake ass
One.
Jamie ass motherfucker? It's like, it was
Oh,
almost
no.
like, remember when Family Matters, Urkel and then Stefan? It was two characters. They had the like the geeky Urkel, and then his alter ego, whatever. He was just this cool ass. He was the same person. But he was
Whatever
cool.
happened to that dude?
Urkel?
Yeah.
Oh no,
he's
now it's
been
happening every
Was it?
second. Like every.
Is he?
He was.
Yep,
And
It's
his-
just happening over and over and over. I'm hoping for
Yes,
the
he got
best,
this
but
joint he
I
wrote,
think
it's like
I
some
think
type
we
of
might be
Italian
done
noodle,
for.
the spiral noodle. He used that as a filter, but also I spent a lot of time with him because he would come out to the cornfields, or whatever. So I've been seeing him. He's got a talk show.
Didn't he get
I'm just not even thinking about it. I'm just like buying it and not even
I
caring.
heard Urkel got in great shape.
Whatever.
Yeah, but he's a good guy, man.
Not even gonna
He's
think
another
about
one
it.
of those celebrities I know that want to do comedy but don't have the heart.
Not
to
even
do
gonna
it.
think about it. Just spend the money and just do it.
No.
Oof.
But he's a great guy.
It's
and
hard to start out already famous. That's one of the things that I really respected about Charlie.
Need something?
Charlie was already famous when he was starting.
Do you
comedy.
know who started Charlie?
who?
Me.
Did you?
And this is how it happened. When we were doing the Chappelle show, and it's safe to say, like, nobody was really making money. You know, in the contract, when you in your contract, if your show just blows up, you got to stick to whatever you're getting for the contract.
Right.
So we weren't making a lot of money doing the show. But I was like this, we're too popular right now. And at that time, it was me and Charlie. It was Dave, me, and Charlie, like the biggest names on the show. So this was Mike Berkowitz, who's head of.
I wanna put that,
Wars right now, right? He was a young.
I want to put
Asian
that
dude,
shuriken
right?
on there
He was coming
too.
up. And I was like, I told Jason, my manager at the time, Jason Steinberg, I said, man, we got to do a tour or something. I was like, yo, everybody's talking about I'm Rich Bitch. I was like, let's do I'm Rich Bitch tour, right? He was like, it's a good idea. I said, me and Charlie can do it. At the time, that was only a two-man show. Charlie didn't have no time or anything. And I was like, you know what? I want to do it. Because it was my idea. I said, I want to do me, Charlie. I said, we need another comedian. At the time, Bill Burr was not making a lot of money doing stand-up. And I'm not disrespecting, but everybody knew he was going to blow. But that was early on in the career, and all Bill had to do was have a situation like he had in Philly. Everybody knew he was going to blow.
Right.
So I said, why don't we do a tour, me, Charlie, and Bill Burr. That should be hot. Charlie had never did stand-up, and he used to always crack jokes and shit. I was like, yeah, you talk a lot of shit. But once that microphone, you a bitch ass motherfucker. So Charlie was a guy like, don't threaten him with anything, right? So this is when they had the Laugh Factory in New York on Times Square, right? One of my friends was doing the show there. I was like, Charlie, yo, if we're gonna do this tour, you gotta at least have 10 minutes. He could have, at that time, Charlie was so hot, people would have just yelled out, Charlie Murphy! for 5 minutes. He was
Right.
the MC. We just needed his face to be there. And this was, it would be Charlie, Bill Burr, and myself. And Charlie had no jokes, right? And like you said, I was like, maybe, I don't know if you guys understand how it is to be selling out as an open micer.
Crazy.
And he had to get his voice. And I know, and I was like, why did he never do this? But part of it was because he probably never wanted to be compared to his brother.
Right.
He never wanted to be able to like, that's his brother, and he had his own style or whatever. So we did this fucking tour for like a year, and then I saw him start to grow. Sometimes he took some hits, but he became Charlie Murphy. He became like, I'm not my brother, I'm a storyteller. He stuck to that shit. And one of the things that I would say that I really appreciate about what the Chappelle Show gave to Charlie Murphy, when Charlie Murphy passed away, Joe, nobody said Eddie Murphy's brother died.
Right.
They said Charlie Murphy passed away. So if that show didn't do, and when I tell you one of the most stand-up, original guys, all of those stories, like, was it true? It was, he told, that was just part of the story. Me, Dave, me, Charlie, and Bill built a relationship. We did something that was spectacular then, but Bill Burr used to fuck with us. And I'm going to tell you one of the things he would do. We would be on the road, and all we used to do was argue and fight and just fuck with each other one time. And Bill Burr, he did some fucking, I don't want to call this racist or whatever, but whatever, it was very Bostonian, okay? I won't say, but when he did, I didn't know 2 years later. Bill Burr, when we meet up, he would buy a fucking like 12-piece of Popeye's chicken, right? And he knew me and Charlie would devour that chicken, and we would be in a sleep coma, right? The next 15 minutes. And it was almost like he gave us sleeping pills and shit. He would get us a chicken, we'd be knocked out, and then he'd just go and just laugh at us and shit. But that time, that was such a great time because you saw people's careers being born. Like, Bill was already on a trajectory to be great. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, and this is when I say the stories that you remember, I'm pretty sure Bill still remembers, like, this was the first time that he was making, like, regular good money every week. You know how it is for be a fucking headliner that's doing $800 a weekend,
Right.
or they give you a deal $2,000, and then you get a $500 bonus when you sell or give away 300 tickets.
And you're not working every weekend.
And you're not working every weekend, and then you got club bonus, like your bonus is supposed to be at 300, and they'd be like, couldn't give you that bonus, you was at 298. You know, I'd be like, motherfucker, I could
And they
have bought
lied
those.
too.
They lied to it.
They
But
lie about how many tickets you sold.
They lied to, and then they wonder why.
I'll be right back.
guys become big and everything. They don't want to come back because I
Yeah.
remember that.
Oh,
you know?
I remember that. There's a
I'm gonna
couple
pause-
club owners
I'm gonna pause
that
my-
go eat shit. I'll
And I
never
tell
work
people
for
all the
them
time,
again.
whenever
Got my drink. Of course they would summon me.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one. Be good. Keep it real.
Oh no.
Yo, be good.
Whoops. That's the only complete quest I have. I don't know what the issue is here. Is it an issue with collection down in the downstem? Yes. Should be flying in the right direction. Struggle right now is real, bro.
I can't use that item.
Hey, anyone who streams the no, I don't, Zach. Zach. Ragnarok, I don't. No, I wish I was there. Sorry, I was AFK actually when you messaged me probably. No, I don't know if anybody's streaming the finals. Today is I think just the second round is what's happening today. In Boston, if I'm not mistaken. Is that today? I thought there was like a... I thought it was later than that. I thought it was in March, but I could be wrong.
I can't guess that yet.
Everybody talk about this. I was like, Yo, try this. Try doing a fucking tour for a year and a half, and every night you had to come behind Bill Burr. I had no days off, and I knew when I had a day off, I wasn't hitting on all cylinders, because that's when they used to have comment cards, right?
Yeah, is it today? Are you sure it's today?
The white boy didn't go last.
Are you actually sure that it's today though? I have to look it up. I mean, I don't doubt you, but hey Google, Red Bull Heavy Metal qualifier. Yeah, she's not gonna know. Hey Google, Red Bull snowboarding.
I can understand.
Yeah, she's lame. Oh, I think it's like 20G. One quest. Man, I do gotta look that up because I actually want to watch that.
Get ready. This shouldn't take long.
I'm out of range.
Gift of the Wild, man, I was about to get hyped. Yeah. Can't find a stream but your account because oh, that's cool. All right, yeah, that makes sense. Well, if you find a stream or you find anything about it, let me know because I'm super down to watch some. I'll put it up live on this stream. Right now, I'm watching like Donnell Rawlings, which is it's okay. It's kind of interesting, but just a lot of him complaining right now. Just kind of like not the most entertaining content in the world. I get it. Donnell's cool, but I actually really enjoyed Donnell Rawlings. But the more I've been watching him lately, or just on this podcast, I guess per se. But let me know if you find anything on it, and if there is some live content. Maybe Red Bull on the Red Bull website, they'll have something. Let me look that up. Let's see. Red Bull Heavy Metal. January 31st, January 17th. No, the next one. Oh, yeah, you're right. It is today. February 21st, City Hall. Yeah, it is in Boston. Yep, that's it. It's on right now. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. View event info. Recap, FAQs, Red Bull TV maybe, live. Pro Climbing League. No, it doesn't look like there's anything going on there. Red Bull. Live stream. No, there's really nothing. WQED Pittsburgh. I mean, here's like some videos about it and stuff. Like some coverage videos leading up to the event, but nothing of the event. They're just dumping a ton of snow in Boston. It looks sick. Wow, that tow rope goes crazy.
I need to target something.
Wow, that event looks so sick. What the flip? Man, I want to watch it right now. 1 week ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks. Oh. Yeah, there's nothing, no live streams of it. That's cool. Well, if I was there, I would be live streaming it. That's for sure, dude. That is for sure.
Not ready yet.
Now I'm just playing World of Warcraft. Not that exciting. Not as exciting as snowboarding. Boston's not that far away, dude. Don't tempt me. If I would have known that that was today, I would have definitely drove. Hey Google, how far is it from Pittsburgh to Boston?
If you drive, Boston is 571 miles away from Pittsburgh.
571 miles. So a little under 10 hours. That's actually a little bit of a hike. That's a little bit of a hike.
It's too far away.
Do you play World of Warcraft by chance? Dude, if you play, let's go. I'm playing WoW Anniversary servers right now. They just dropped the Burning Crusades, so the new update, and I've been grinding. I'm just crushing on a mage, trying to rep grind. Dude, I wish I would have known that that was happening. What is today? Is today Friday? Saturday. I wish I would have known. I would have went up for the weekend, maybe. That would have been so fun. That would have been so fun. Hey, Google, what's the average cost of a flight from Pittsburgh to Boston?
I don't understand.
Hey, Google, how much is a flight from Pittsburgh to Boston?
Here's some information that might possibly help. On the website United.com, they say flights from Pittsburgh to Boston for $182 or from $27 per mode.
$200 round trip. That's really not bad. You figure 200 round trip, and then, well, I goofed. I'm gonna drink some of my drink. I goofed. I'm just doing a little bit of day drinking here, waiting for the UFC at what, 5 o'clock. Oh, tank needs these cursed. There we go. Yeah, UFC today at 5, starting 5 p.m. Eastern. So in about 2 hours, live stream will kick off with the early prelims. Actually, I don't think there's even early prelims. There's just prelims. There's not a whole lot of fights tonight, so.
Let's still recharge.
So UFC tonight. Rep grind continues till I hit 10K. Wish I was at the Red Bull Heavy Metal event in Boston. I've actually never been to Boston. Oh, here goes Seed of Corruption to go crazy. He popped wings. His wings made me pop my trinket. I don't know why. I just like panicked and used it. Oh, let me up. Let me up.
Beg for your pitiful life.
Who's coming after me? Oh, this old. He's all the way back there. Wait. I got some oozlings. Okay, get my oozlings. My oozling on. Also want to take this. Oh, rip. I wonder how the stream's holding up. I know it was having some issues because of the dual stream.
Thank you for saving me the trouble.
Okay, so I'll go 1, 2, 3, and then we go absolutely crazy. Book of Malice, junk. It's hard to know how much gold I spend because I just don't even want to think about it. It was probably about 40. No, it couldn't have been. Arcane Dust, 5, 12, 12. $30G.
I need to target something first.
Invaders have breached the defenses! Archers, form right! On my mark! Ready! Aim! Fire!
Do. He can go all the way. Yeah, there you go. Let's put this back on since my guy's gone now.
That always kept me in shape. You know what I'm saying? It's like this. You don't got no time to play around because Bill was one of those comics. Bill did the mainstream shit, and he was one of the only white dudes would do the fucking most grimiest spots ever. And I'm pretty sure he's always gonna be a great comic, but I think that helped build his character. I think that was probably what made him a good musician when he goes to feel like, yo, fuck y'all. I just did Donnell's fucking hood club in Brooklyn.
Right.
If I can handle that, I can handle that.
Well, that rant in Philly was because he was doing the Opie and Anthony tour.
Yeah.
So when Opie and Anthony, their crowd were brutal.
Yeah.
Their crowds were fucking brutal.
They was Kill Tonys before Kill Tonys was
way
still-
worse.
Yeah.
Way worse. That they had sort of fed into that crowd. They fostered that crowd. They called them the pests.
But then, even going back to what I was saying, in this career, sometimes you have situations that have a defining moment. And that was one of those things. I'm pretty sure everybody that went on before Bill was throwing a towel in, and he was like, fuck that. But
yeah,
Bill was
well,
built
what
for that.
happened was Dom Irrera went on. And, you know, Dom Irrera's a legend.
How's he doing, man?
He's hurting. Yeah, he's hurting. He's got whatever that neurological condition is. It's not good.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn about his health, but it's not good. But Dom, they booed Dom. They were just rough. They wanted you to fail. And Bill went up and go, fuck you, and he just went into this crazy
You know who
rant.
else had a moment like that?
Who?
Bernie Mac.
Did he? Oh, on Def Jam.
Yeah.
I ain't afraid of you motherfuckers. Yeah.
You know how that
Boom.
was. You know how that was born.
Why?
First off, Martin Lawrence was the host, and that night everybody was taking licks, right? And there was it was a comic from DC named Butch Burns, right? He was very popular in DC. Butch Burns went on stage and bombed so bad, motherfucker was throwing shit. There was nothing that Martin could do. You know how sometimes you try and then you like just whoop, you're on your own, right? It's like whoop-de-doo, right? So Butch Burns had bombed. The room was going crazy. Martin couldn't do anything. Next on deck was fucking Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac saw Butch Burns on the way out, and he told him, he was like, listen, man, hold your head up, man. He said, the sun might not shine on you today, but you'll have another opportunity to shine. And the reason, he didn't plan on, I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. And then Bernie had a situation go through because Bernie was on Def Jam before. He dressed in a suit and everything. He was looking like a Chicago player. But he didn't think that he connected with a young audience like that. So you even watch the way he was dressed from the previous show to the next one.
Yeah.
The next one, he had more of a hip outfit, had graffiti on the jeans. He was
Right.
he was dressed up for that part of it. No idea, I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. He did have the energy that he was going to do, the connection he was going to have with the DJ, right? But what made it so explosive is that he said, fuck y'all.
Yeah.
He said he did his joke, and then that's why you hear like, why was he saying I ain't scared of you motherfuckers?
Right.
It was because of the other shit.
Yeah.
He said I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. Kick it. Boom, boom, boom. But he say, what he say? He did, and it was such the most simple stock jokes. But
Bernie
the
was
rhythm,
so powerful.
so powerful.
So powerful.
The rhythm that he had, and the fact that you knew that something was special would happen. That's why that fucking audience was so fucking charged up because he said, fuck y'all.
I saw
And
Bernie live once at the Comedy Connection at Faneuil Hall in Boston.
I remember that club.
He was on fire.
I saw him
so
at,
powerful.
First time I saw him at Comedy Connection in Greenbelt. I used to do this club, and it was a couple of people just come through, and I was like, these motherfuckers are the next level. It was him, and another person that was like that was George Wallace.
Oh, yeah.
You know another person that was like that? Rich Voss.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, George Wallace, first off, I knew George Wallace was the next level. I've never seen nobody go to the comedy club, and the deal he had was 100% of the door. You just get your drinks and your chicken wings, 100% of the door. They had to give it to him. Wow. And George Wallace, he was old. George Wallace always been an older dude, right? Somebody said, you know, his thing is your mama jokes, right? Somebody had did a mama joke, and motherfucking George Wallace ripped off about 30 mama jokes. I felt so bad for him. And then Rich Voss fucked me up because I'd never seen a white comedian perform at his club. It was a black club. Rich Voss came in here. He had a ponytail similar to Jamie's, right?
He had Jerry curls.
No, Rich Voss had a ponytail, the same one that Jamie was wearing right? It was Rich Voss's, right? And I saw Rich Voss go up there and destroy this crowd. I was like, this white dude don't know what's going on. And he fucking killed that shit. I had to, you know, when we talk about joke stealing, right? I stole one joke in my life, and I apologize to Rich Voss. I was doing a show.
I apologize to
none of my
Rich
jokes
Voss.
worked. I tried everything. And I said to myself, what joke have you heard? I didn't mean to steal, right? I borrowed it, okay? I said, what one joke you know that fucking will kill this audience? And Rich Voss used to have this joke. He said, you know what they say, once you go black, you never go back. He said, yeah, because your father won't let you back in the house, right? I stole that joke. I got him laughing. I got him back on track. And then I had to call Voss. I said, man, I'm so sorry, bro. I said, it's going to get back to you, but I stole the joke. And he was like, no problem with it.
Well, at least you admitted it.
Yeah, I did.
All right. I think we accomplished a lot.
This was therapy for me.
I think it was good for you. Stay out of the comments.
I'm going to stay
Yeah,
out
the
of
comments.
Remember that podcast we did with RZA?
No, don't do that. They still talk shit to me.
I grabbed you at the end of the podcast and said, that was
No,
great.
why you
Don't read the comments.
Don't read. Exactly.
That was great. Don't read the
Giving you advice
comments.
for a long time.
You did tell me don't. But the part of that story people don't know is that I did my podcast early. I hadn't seen my son like 2.5 weeks. I was on the road, and I came straight there, straight to the podcast to do it, right? And then you was like, yo, you want to hang out? This is what people don't know. This is the side you don't tell them. You invited
I did invite
me.
you.
You did invite. You said,
I
yo,
thought it'd be fun.
You said the RZA.
Is the side you
we
don't
were
tell
having a
'em.
good time. We did a podcast together. We were hanging out, and I said, "Are you going anywhere? You want to? I'm doing a podcast with RZA next. You want to hop on?" I
Right.
thought it would be fun.
I thought it would be fun. But
It was.
I thought it would be fun.
I would like to tell my side of the story.
We already did. We've talked.
We
this
already
many
did.
times.
Okay,
I
this
think
gonna
like
be
every other podcast we do, you tell your side of the
I'm
story.
never I was going to leave, and I was like, man, fuck Wu-Tang, man. I'm going to see my son, right? And I'm leaving out, and as soon as I get ready to get in my car, the RZA comes out, and this motherfucker said, "What's up, Ashy Larry?" And I said, "Fuck my son. I'm fucking with the Wu-Tang, right?" And I didn't, but it was a good
What's
time.
up, Ashy
It was fun.
Larry?
But people don't understand this. Before we did that, RZA said, yo, bang, bang, bang. I got this idea, right? I said, well, he said, I'm going to do these jokes. They're going to be, he was trying to pitch jokes like he was on the joke. And I was like, please don't do that.
Please don't do that.
I was like, please don't do that. And we sat down, and of course, it went.
Please
I
don't
had a
do
good
that.
time. But people's like, you just ruined it. You ruined it. For the RZA, you just ruined it. But shout out to
was
you.
fun.
It was a good time. And thanks for, whenever I call you, let me know. Can't even tell people anything other than, yes, I'm on tour. Go to DonAirRollins.com, get tour dates. All right. And here's my shit. A joke could be too soon, but it never could be too soon for a funny observation. And that's what you're gonna get.
Funny observation.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it, brother.
I'm taking this gum with me. James, stay sexy, son.
Stay sexy. Bye, everybody.
That's funny.
I need to get closer.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, you got it all going on. What's happened? Great to see you.
Man, things are really well. This
That's
thing is
good.
a little loud.
Is it? There's a on that thing there. There's a little volume knob. You can turn that sucker
There
down.
it is.
Last time I saw you was at Terry Black's barbecue.
Yeah.
Random run in.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, man. I was thinking about going there right after this. I'm like, what?
You're not going there right after
That
this.
place rules.
Yeah, man.
Are you still in LA?
Yeah.
What's it like?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
You don't have to.
A lot of people have lights on their tables now to light up their face to make them look more pretty. Really? Yeah, they have like a slight, like a opening in the table, and then a light that gets on you so you don't see like the shadows in your face, so you don't look shitty.
I feel like isn't that what you do? Like a scary story, you put a flashlight under your chin. Like
Yeah, but they're not trying to do that. They're trying to like balance it out
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
yeah.
look flat.
That's crazy, man.
You look like what you look like.
Yeah, you got to give up after a while.
The weirdest
You gotta
shit
give up after a while.
filters when they take pictures.
That's insane.
There's a comedian, man. They use
Really?
filters. Yes, it's very odd.
How do you know? How do you
You
tell?
know what they really
True.
look like.
Yeah, duh.
And then you
Dumb
see
question.
them and they look like a cartoon. Like Netflix does that with their the pictures that they use when they promote your special. Like the picture of you, they'll put that bitch through a filter. And you look so pretty.
Yeah. And people see you after the show, you're like, you look horrible. I didn't know you looked so bad.
Fuck, bro, you look so old.
Thanks, man.
I am so old. Yeah, I'm almost 60.
Dang.
I know, it's crazy. I'm 58.
I'm 40. Just turned 40.
Those are real numbers.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I aged, as soon as I had kids, I aged like immediately. You would have thought I literally gave birth.
Yeah, well, it's there's lack of sleep.
Yeah, that's what got me.
Yeah. You know what's really good for that? Creatine.
I've been taking it.
Yeah, creatine, they say 20 grams a day. Start like
20 grams a day.
Work your way up to 20 and check to see how your butthole holds up. Because the seam might be loose.
I've ran this experiment, actually. 20 gets my guts going, man.
Bro, it does. It
20
does.
is
I don't
a
do 20
lot.
in a dose. I do 10 in the morning and 10 at night.
I did
Because I
20.
was doing 20 in a dose, and it was just like, everybody out of the pool.
I'm also not convinced diarrhea is bad for you. I swear to God, like not shitting for sure, but diarrhea is just like it'll speed this up.
Well, isn't that what? Is that consumption? What is the disease where you can't stop having diarrhea?
Dysentery.
Dysentery. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually gonna take
Well,
some
if you can't
some
stop
creatine right now.
Well, that's like you can't digest food. It just goes right through you and just shit constantly.
Now you shit starved.
Yeah.
That sucks, actually.
Yeah,
That
it's
sucks.
not good.
Once a week though, that's fine.
You know what I used to do? I used to drink kale smoothies in the morning. That was the first thing that I would do. I would throw kale.
Take like 3 grams, 4 grams of creatine right now.
Blender, and that's what I would drink first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
And boy, that is just like that clears the pathway. That's like you know when you clear your rain gutters of leaves.
Yeah.
You get a hose on that bitch and you just fucking blow them off the top. That's what it's like.
Yeah, I've done the green drink before. It does get you. I was vegan for like a month, and
Yeah?
that was like the biggest dumps. But I actually got hemorrhoids from being vegan.
Oh, because on the toilet. too
Because
much?
it was just that the turds were so big. I was getting like blown out. I got hemorrhoids from being vegan.
Was it taking too long to poop, or
No.
was you just like it was just spectacular?
Massive, right? Yeah, it was spectacular. They were massive. It
Spectacular.
was like twice a day. I was like an adult entertainer. Dude. I was like, my body just gave out.
Adult entertainer. Well, when you think about it, it's all that fiber that your body doesn't process. But they say that that's what's good for keeping you clean. You know,
Yeah.
Fiber pushes everything out.
I'm back on the fiber train now. I was all about protein. Now I'm like, yeah, I need my fiber now. But
It's hard to know who's right because the carnivore people are like, you don't need fiber. There's no need for fiber. But then there's evidence that fiber's good for you.
yeah, isn't that what your whole microbiome needs to like make
Yeah.
the germs or whatever that are good for your brain? I don't know. I get confused as well, but
My balance is I eat a lot of kimchi. I really like kimchi.
that's a move.
I eat that stuff all the time. Kimchi and I eat sauerkraut. That stuff's
Yeah, I know that stuff's supposed to be good for you, but yeah, I tried the carnivore and it was like, first 5 days I felt cool, and then like after, I think I made it to 17 days, I was like, dude, if I just eaten some vegetables with this, I'd be the healthiest guy in the world. Because it was just like, I stopped pooping. Like I was like, this can't be good for me.
Well, you don't poop much because there's no fiber. So when you do poop, it's just
Yeah, I remember
it's
this
like
whole
rapid pellets. And you're like, where's the rest? But I mean, isn't that a good thing? Doesn't mean your body absorbed all of the food instead of like having all this undigestible stuff go through your digestive tract? This is the argument with the carnivore people.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody that's a nutritionist right now
True.
pulling their hair out. Disinformation! I'm just asking.
It's a solid question because it's like, yeah, does meat get stuck in your body and you need plants to push it out of your butt, or will meat come out of your butt just like plants would?
Well, that was the thing that they would always say, that every man when he dies has a pound of undigested meat in his stomach.
Yep.
Apparently that's not true.
Yeah, that was the old thing about John Wayne. John Wayne had 50 pounds of beef jerky in his butthole. I've like thought about that since I was a little boy. I've been wondering like how much are they gonna find in me?
Thought about that since I was a little boy.
That's true.
So it's not the case.
No, John Wayne just had a gut from probably beer.
Yeah.
You know, beer and pasta and bread.
True.
And, you know, normal American food.
Also, he was. I mean, what was his heyday? Like 50s, 60s, or 60s? I guess 60s, 70s, maybe.
When did he do that Genghis Khan movie? That's what killed him. What year was that?
Yeah, because it's like those dudes weren't on like nutrition.
True Grit.
Yeah.
Those days, yeah.
Dude, they weren't being like, oh, how much fiber have I had today?
No.
Yeah, they were. That was even in like the 90s. The dude didn't think about what they're eating.
56? Wow, that's one of the worst movies of all time. You ever seen it?
No, this Genghis Khan movie. How did it kill him?
Oh, he filmed it in the same area where Nevada was doing their nuclear tests.
Oh.
Everybody got cancer.
Damn.
Like the whole crew, like a giant number of people got cancer.
Yeah, and that I'm telling you, that was back when guys would be like, nuclear bomb, I don't care about. Like they didn't like I used to work with guys that do asbestos back in like the 90s when I was little. Me and like my dad, and my uncles all did construction, so we were like taking this barn down, and I was like a little boy just like hammering nails into an A-frame. And they shut it down because there was asbestos in there. And there's this guy who was like, dude, your uncle's a pussy. I'd eat that shit for breakfast. I don't care about asbestos. And it's like,
all right.
Look, now I grew up. I'm like, damn, thank God they shut that down. But
well, there were so many things that caused cancer that no one knew about at the time.
Yeah.
Like how about baby powder?
Yeah, dude, I didn't know about that either.
Well, the thing is, what the story is that where they mine the talc, that the talc is not always pure. and the talc has other stuff mixed in it, and they don't filter that stuff out. Is it asbestos that it's mixed with?
I thought that stuff was cornstarch.
Run that into perplexity, please.
I thought it was cornstarch.
What? You
Baby
thought
powder.
Baby powder? No.
So it's
No,
talc.
it's talc, I believe. Evidence is small but real cancer risk with some talc-based baby powders, mainly due to genital use and possible asbestos contamination. Yeah, that's it. But the data are mixed, and the absolute risk for any one person is low. Talc itself as a mineral can be mined near asbestos, so contamination is the main worry. Asbestos is a known cause of mesothelioma.
Yeah,
and other
mesothelioma.
cancers. Yeah, quite a few women. I think there was a lawsuit.
I remember hearing that. I remember I was dismayed because that was like, I had a weird thing when I was younger. I used to use baby powder to masturbate. Because it just like makes everything feel so. So it was kind of nice. And the smell, if I smell baby powder to this day, it's like a trigger for yeah. If I smell it, I'm like, God damn, bro, get that shit away from me.
Well, I used to use it a lot to play pool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everybody would use baby powder. Use baby powder on your fingers. It makes the shaft slide through your fingers. But then they invented gloves, and so that keeps the table clean.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
This is like I guess they're I don't know what they're made out of. It was like a nylon, like a very thin nylon.
So it's not
Makes
getting
it
caught
nice
up.
and slick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but baby powder, no bueno. What else?
They're saying
Asbestos.
LED lights now.
That's what I keep hearing.
LED. They're saying like it kills your
Aren't
mitochondria.
these
or something.
LED? Are these LED? Fuck, do we have to change our lights?
LED kills your
done?
mitochondria.
I think they like crush your mitochondria.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know if I just get scared by AI clips on Instagram.
Bro, I'm
but
scared
it's
of
like,
everything. I have to fucking stay offline.
I know.
I'm reading too much of the news, and it's overwhelming me. Like sometimes at nighttime, like I can't wind down.
Yeah.
It's just like there's too much news. There's too much fucking madness. We're about to go to war with Iran. I know. Like everyone's
about to go to war with
jerky and
Iran.
pizza. Like, what are these? What the fuck is pizza?
I know.
You know, how far does this go? How come this never got released before? Like, what is happening?
I mean, my thing is like I'm not. First of all, the news for me is like, aside from all like the disastrous wars, it's just so like negative. When you read the news, is mostly people being like, "Guess who's a giant piece of shit?"
Right.
You read that over and over, and you get like addicted to being like, "Yeah, that guy sucks. I'm good."
Well, there was an article that I read recently about people being addicted to outrage. And
Yeah.
that's a real thing.
Oh, for sure.
Being addicted to being upset about stuff and addicted to outrage. You go search for it, which is why your algorithm shows you all that shit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if this is true, but I feel like they watch your facial expression through your phone camera and feed you stuff if you're making like interested or outraged or whatever.
I wouldn't be shocked.
So I've heard they like track your eyeball movement and they're like, okay, this is holding his eyes, and they just keep feeding you. more.
Really?
I've heard that.
Should probably put a piece of tape over that bitch.
I know. I know.
You know? I
But
wonder if you did, how much would change. That'd
don't
be an
know.
interesting experiment.
Well, they got you mic too, so they got your
Yeah,
audio.
that's
so.
true.
But yeah, the new dude, yeah, all that Epstein shit is like I can't follow it. It's too much.
It's
There's
too
many
much.
names. I don't know state representative. They're like naming all these people. It's like, damn, I wish I
Right.
knew who that was.
And it's dark, too. Like,
It's horrible.
and it goes so high. There's so many levels to it. You know, Sagar and Yeti was just on Flagrant, and they were reading off files and talking about and it's just like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's you need to study all day to like follow it. Prince Andrew's crazy. Him getting arrested. He's the first. What other prince has gotten arrested? It must have been like not since 500 years ago.
Yeah, when was the last time a prince was arrested?
I have no idea. And also, if he goes to jail, if he goes to real jail,
Yeah.
he's getting clapped.
Yeah,
He's a known, it's very, very likely he was a pedophile. If pedophiles go to jail.
Well, what do they know that they're putting him in jail first, or they're arresting him first? Like, what do they know? Because they did a bunch of things, right? The first thing they do is they stripped him of his princehood, right?
Exactly.
And then they banished him to some estate somewhere on the country. And then they removed him from the estate. They kicked him out of that estate.
Yeah.
So it's been like levels upon levels. So what do they know?
I think the royal family gets to see the real deal. So they probably saw the real deal and were like, bro, you're fried. You're going to jail. And he might be the first. He might get like clapped in jail.
Jesus.
Someone might get royal
asshole?
Yeah, he might get royal fucking pussy in
Do you
jail.
think don't you think they have him in, did they have protective
For sure.
custody?
Go look at it.
Custody for sure.
Do they have that over there?
They'll probably make a jail for him. I would imagine they do. I think anything we have here, I would imagine they have protective custody. Because if people even think you're a pedophile in jail, they're gonna.
Do you think that starts like a whole cascade, and then a bunch of other people start getting arrested?
No, I think they're gonna hang him up and be like, we got him. I don't believe that all these billionaires are gonna let themselves get arrested. They have billions of dollars.
Paris prosecutors opened 2 new Epstein-linked investigations. Uh-oh. With who?
There was, I think it's the Jean-Luc guy.
Who's that?
A co-conspirator. He was also died in it. He died in custody in jail.
Oh, God damn it, not again.
So they've reopened the investigation on that. And somebody else, I think, that they just found out that was high up in. I lost it here.
How did he die in jail?
Officially?
Yeah.
There you go. He was found dead.
Okay. So
Just found dead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he died. How old was he?
Oh, he died.
yeah. And also the.
Oh, that's about the time something like that died.
Yeah.
There's a probe, and I think they reopened
Oh, he died.
it, so.
Oh, how he died? Yeah.
That's gonna be a tough one to solve.
Yeah, you're gonna hit some roadblocks. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody whacked him. We were just talking about the guy that Epstein was in jail with, which is crazy. Like, if Epstein is alive, some people think he's alive. Some people think they scooted him out of his cell, switched a body double, killed that guy. But why would they put him in jail with that gigantic cop who is a contract killer? That fucking guy. That's one picture. Show me the picture of the tank top picture. That's the one.
Whoa.
Like, bro, look at the size of that guy. And this guy was a cop who was a dirty cop who was killing drug dealers.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that was the plan. Be like, all right, we'll put him in here. It'll
Right.
sound good if this guy kills him. Like, oh, man.
And then 18 days before he died, he complained that his cellmate tried to kill him.
What?
Yeah. See if we can find
The different guy?
No, Epstein did.
No, I'm saying, was he complaining about the murderous cop, or was this
Yes.
a different guy?
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
Duh.
That's crazy. Also, how did he try to kill him and not kill him?
That's what I was just going to say.
What the fuck are you talking about? Epstein slipped away and just like sat in the corner?
I mean, maybe he screamed loud enough and the guards came.
Yeah, but they would
The night
separate
Jeffrey
them.
Epstein claimed his cellmate tried to kill him. So he laid in a fetal position on the floor of his jail cell, unresponsive with an orange fabric noose. Oh, this is when they found him. 18 days before Epstein's death, he wasn't breathing. His eyes were opening. Oh, so this was when they found him. Oh, they found him in the fetal position? Oh, no, that's with the orange fabric noose. That's when they found him dead. Okay. 18 days before Epstein. No. Okay. So it is saying that. So it's saying that he had an orange noose tied around his neck 18 days before he died.
What?
What?
What the fuck?
What? So, July 23rd, 2019, 18 days before Epstein's death. He wasn't breathing, his eyes opening and shutting occasionally, but he wouldn't or couldn't respond to officers' questions and commands, according to a confidential corrections officer's memo obtained by CBS News. They hoisted inmate 7631854 onto a stretcher. Officials have repeatedly said Epstein's eventual death by suicide was foreshadowed by this earlier alleged attempt. Former Attorney General Bill Barr reiterated that claim in an August closed-door deposition before the House Oversight Committee, which released the interview transcript last week. Barr, who did not reply to questions from CBS News, said in his testimony he knew about the July 23rd incident, which he viewed as an attempted suicide. Barr said he considered it indicative of Epstein's state of mind, but jail staff memos, other never-before reported documents obtained by CBS News, as well as interviews with more than a dozen people who interacted with Epstein before and after the incident, reveal a murkier picture than the one depicted by Barr. The new documents have surfaced amid persistent speculation over Epstein's death, despite official conclusions that he died by suicide. So he's laying on the floor, and his bunkie is screaming, "I did nothing. I banged on my door to get him out of my cell," the source said. Corrections officers carried Epstein to his cell on a different floor as he remained unresponsive. Was it the same cop, the contract killer cop? Yep, right. He told them he thought he'd been attacked by his cellmate, an ex-cop who was awaiting trial on 4 murders.
Oh, they're saying that was an attempted suicide?
Well, they tried to frame it as an attempted suicide. No, I would imagine he doesn't have a way to contact the outside world and just tweet about this.
Yeah.
Right? He can't make an Instagram video. Hey, guys, this guy's trying to
True.
fucking kill me.
Yeah, true.
He sat up on the bed and began telling me that he thinks his bunkie tried to kill him, a responding officer wrote in one memo. A senior officer wrote in a separate incident report that Epstein initially
I have an hour and a half
implicated
to
his
go,
cellmate
so.
in the incident, claiming he had previously said things that made Epstein feel threatened. So Nicholas Tartaglione, his cellmate, has repeatedly disputed the initial allegation. I did nothing, and said
I did nothing.
I tried to revive him. As with Epstein's
I was
eventual
trying to bring him
death,
back to
any
life.
camera footage of the incident was either mislaid, lost, or never captured by the facility's faulty system, rather. Tartaglione has not responded to emailed questions from CBS News. How odd. His lawyer said Epstein's initial claim that Tartaglione tried to kill him was flatly not true.
Well,
okay.
So maybe he did try to, I mean, you know, there's a chance he did try to kill himself and was like, shit, I don't want to get
And then
sentenced
his
to-
guy saved him. He said he saved him. So it says it right here. Scroll back up a little bit. Tartaglione said in a recent interview the House and that Epstein also left a suicide note and it even offered Tartaglione money to kill him. What? Neither of those details, if true, are referenced in any of the Bureau of Prison records that were reviewed by CBS News. So if you scroll up higher, it says he said he saved his life the first time. So it's saying that he saved his life.
He saved his
yelled,
life.
Guy, his attorney says.
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Like he's saying he tried to kill himself once.
Yeah, but
and
that's
then-
just his attorney saying that.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Epstein claimed to both corrections officers and the source that he felt threatened by Tartaglione, hulking retired cop turned drug dealer who was charged and later convicted for 4 murders. How could you take the
Who was charged and then later convicted of 4 murders?
and put him in a cage
All
with
right,
a murderer? His bunkie told him that if he beat him up because of Epstein's child sex trafficking charges, the officers would not report it. Oh, that's what he told him. Allegedly, the wealthy former financier told jail officers that he believed Tartaglione was trying to extort money from him and stated that if he didn't pay him that he was going to beat him up. The officer wrote, he stated that this has been going on for a week.
And then that guy saying Epstein was trying to pay me to kill him for himself. You would think they could find a middle ground.
Dude, you would be cursed.
Yeah, I know. That's the craziest thing. There's too many plot holes. There's no way. They were
Imagine like who's saying, I'll pay you to kill me.
Yeah. Also, it's like, wait, how are we going to do that? How are we going to work this all out?
Yeah, but the guy's already in, well, that would, and then what's he going to do with the money?
Exactly.
How's he
yeah.
going to get the money?
I guess you can give it if you know somebody, you know, you love, you can give it to them, but...
Right, does he have money, or does all of his money go to the victims' families? Like, he killed 4 people. Shit, man. Right?
Yeah.
So it'd have to be like an offshore account that, like, gets slipped over to the prison so you can buy cigarettes?
If anyone can do it. If anyone can do it, it's Jeffrey Epstein, man.
But it would have to be worked out in advance. Like, you would have to have the cigarettes in the commissary. All right,
Yeah.
okay, time to kill you.
Dude,
Okay, time to kill you.
You know, I think it's just one of those things, and I don't know if people can, you know, want to wrap their heads around it, but there's just people who do things in this world on behalf of, like, you know, uber billionaires that we're just never going to know what's going on.
For sure.
Too
do
close to the
horrible,
sun.
Terrible secret stuff.
And they always have.
Yeah.
This
always.
is the thing. If you go throughout history, there's always been secret societies and people that get together with creepy meetings. All that eyes wide shut shit that Kubrick put in his film. That's not. You're not imagining that.
No.
It's always been a thing.
The officer that discovered his body dead in August was originally charged with falsifying documents related to his death, but those charges were dropped.
I wonder what the falsifying of the documents was.
I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe people charged it to try to open up the paperwork or whatever.
Here
but-
it is. Because Epstein was on suicide watch after the July 23rd incident, Thomas was required to record a log of observations about Epstein in 15-minute increments. Those notations were released by the Bureau of Prisons in 2023, along with just one entry he made in the log, a note made at 2:15 a.m., 45 minutes after the incident. 15 minutes later, at 2:30, Thomas wrote, "Inmate sitting on bed trying to remember what happened." Huh.
Yeah, man.
So this is when he got attacked, the first time that he survived. Huh.
Yeah, they claim once he got into the separate cell, he was trying to fall forward on his head or something. Sat on the edge of the bed and began moving forward as if he was attempting to fall over head first.
Huh.
He was told to stop. Don't do it again. And he gave a thumbs up. That's how they confirmed he was trying to commit suicide.
So he's gonna try to commit suicide by falling straight on his head.
That's impossible. That's
That's
literally
impossible.
He might be able to pull it off.
That's crazy.
That's impossible.
Sure, right.
There's no way you can just do a sail. I was like thinking about this the other day. I was walking off my steps. I was like, even if I tried, I couldn't do like a swan dive onto the cement. Your body wouldn't let you do it.
Yeah, you would resist just enough to be paralyzed for the rest of your life.
You would get fucked up for sure. I don't know. I think you would just kind of flatten out and flail.
Just enough to be
but guys
paralyzed for
die
the
all
rest of your
time in
life.
Street fights when they get knocked out and
Yeah.
then they fall and they hit their head on the concrete.
Dude,
They
Uh-huh.
die all the time.
It happened before I left Philly a year or so ago. There was a guy just walking his dog off leash, and this guy was like, "Put your dog on leash." They got into work. They started arguing, and a guy punched him, and he hit his head and died.
Ah, big one only.
And my brother went on an online date with the fiance of the guy who died, and like learned throughout the date, like, "Oh shit, you're the lady he was married."
Bummer of a date.
It was pretty fucking sad, actually.
Oh.
He like put it together, and he's like, "Oh fuck, he died. That sucks."
Free
How
for
long?
them.
After that was the date.
I think it was maybe a year and a half. It's been some time, you know.
Enough to stop the crying.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pick it up at one point, especially if you die like that, man. Got punched on a dog walk and died. I don't know. If I was a
Accepting all donations.
if I was a lady, I'd be like, well, fuck, I dodged a bullet. Husband could have just died. Yeah, that's scary though, man. That's the whole thing of like altercations and people popping off to each other anymore is just like. I was walking down the street recently, and like I had the right of way. I walked, and I didn't even like rush in front of the car. But the car pulled up and was like, "Hit the fuck out!" He like threatened to shoot me in the face. I was just like,
Trying to shoot me in the face.
yeah, it was like he had pulled off far enough. He's like, "I'll shoot you in your fucking face," and I was just like, "Please don't." Like,
All right, dude.
Bro, you never know who's unhinged.
I know.
You never know what's going on in that life. The divorce, fucking this, that, just got fired, about to go to jail. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
knows?
Dude, yeah, it's
Best friend was fucking your wife.
could be literally
Anything.
anything. Yeah, it's
Anything.
like I never. It's like, yeah, whatever, man.
So many people are barely hanging on out there, doing something all day they hate.
Yeah.
Just fucking tired. Life's in a shambles.
Dude, I don't, and especially like people just talk shit to strangers. Like you have no idea who that person is. I don't know if who knows if this is like just like an old construction worker tale. But my dad was telling me some guy he knows, his mom or whatever, or like his friend's mom was at the grocery store. Someone they like both going for a parking spot. It was like an old lady. And the guy was like, "Fucking bitch, get the hell out!" Blah blah blah. Started cursing her out. Her son came out of jail for like like he was like a biker, all this stuff. And they all like knew each other in the neighborhood. Apparently, the guy who had like cursed out the mom, they were like nobody ever saw him again. So if that's true, it's like I always think
No one ever saw him
that's,
again.
you shouldn't yell at an old lady anyway. You just have no idea who you're dealing with.
Right.
Just might as well chill.
That was one of the creepier things about the Epstein emails or the files, the data, was that he ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid after he'd been indicted.
What does that do?
Dissolves bodies.
Dissolves bodies.
Yeah. So they were trying to speculate that like maybe that was for his desalination system that he had. He had like a water system. Some sulfuric acid cleans it out. But then Jamie looked into it. He had only ordered it like once before ever, but never that much.
Yeah. That's terrible. Also, he lives.
Dissolves bodies.
Why don't you just go in the ocean? You gotta get rid of bodies. You live on an island. Just go out the water.
Yeah, but they could find it.
I guess so.
Yeah, they might find it.
Yeah.
You can't have that.
True. Especially if you have enough that we need a bunch of acid.
Do they have a lot of sharks down there?
I would think.
Yeah. Like the Bahamas, right? It's like Bahamas area?
Yeah, I would think so. There's like sharks in Florida. I was just in
Florida's a lot of sharks,
Yeah,
especially bull sharks.
Yeah, exactly. I was swimming. I brought my friend with me to do shows, and he was like, I'm worried about sharks. I'm like, there's no fucking sharks out here. And we got back, and the Uber driver was like, yeah, this is like shark season right now. I was like, oh, fuck that.
Shark season?
Yeah, I think it's the bull
Shark
sharks
season.
all the time down
Bull sharks are scary. They're the ones that they think are responsible for the murders in New Jersey that inspired Jaws.
there. Really?
Yeah.
How big do they get?
They don't get as big as like great whites, but the thing about them is they can swim in fresh water. So those murders, those deaths by shark in New Jersey in like the early 1900s, they were in a river Yeah. So these people were swimming in a river and they got killed by sharks.
Yeah, you would never.
In a
expect it.
river.
Bull sharks are like very aggressive too.
Oh, they really.
Super aggressive. They there's the Florida Keys, like guys fish off the piers down there, and it's really great fishing. But if you catch a big fish and you're struggling to get it on the line, most likely a shark's gonna kill it.
Really?
Yeah, most likely you're gonna get it bitten in half. There's like tons of videos of guys pulling in fish and the shark just snaps it in half while they're pulling it in.
That's terrifying.
They're all over the place down there.
Dude.
I know.
Me and my family went down there. My
No,
kids
Druid.
we went snorkeling, and the guy takes us out, and he's like, "Hey, we like got in the area where we're gonna jump in." He's like, "Hey, there's some baby sharks out there, but they're not gonna bother you." So I'm like, fuck,
that mean?
exactly. And I've had fucking like 2 and a 4-year-old with me, so I jump in. I'm like, let me suss it out. I'm gonna go see. Dude, I go down and like, these were like, they weren't like 18-foot sharks, but they were like 5, 6. They were like big enough, but they were 40. Like, it was like probably 40 feet deep, and then they were like at the bottom, but then another 50 feet away. And I was like, bro, I'm not bringing my kids in here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this video that my friend Adam sent me of sharks in Florida. Because I always give him shit. He lives in Australia, and I always give him shit. Like, bro, you live in a place that's filled with monsters. What the fuck are you doing? It's like, because it's true. Florida has a lot, but Australia has more. Australia has saltwater crocodiles. They have great whites. But he sent me this video. It's like, this is in America, mate. And it's these guys are throwing. God, I can't find it. These guys are throwing.
This is in America, mate.
Right now. They're throwing fish into the water right next to the shore, and it's just sharks, like piranhas, just smashing. And they're like off a dock.
Dude.
They're just like throwing fish scraps in there. And the sharks are apparently used to it, I guess.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh, here it is. I found it.
Nice.
Here, I'll send it to you.
Dude, dolphins. You ever see a dolphin in real life?
Yes.
They're scary as hell. Those things are huge.
It's scary as
I did
hell.
it too. I was in Mexico, and I thought I was going to be like, gliding on 2 of them. I was like barely wanting to touch this thing.
I did it in Hawaii. You jump off the boat and you have a snorkel, and you get to see them swimming under. It's really wild.
Yeah.
Check this out. So this guy throws these scraps in the water. Look at these sharks.
God damn.
How crazy is that?
Look at these things fight for this.
Look how many of them there are.
Yeah, that's...
Bro, that's crazy.
Look how big they are.
Yeah, more than big enough to take your legs off.
Go ahead, Dick Wagon. Throw it in.
Go ahead, Dick Wagon.
Why? I'd be so mad if I was his neighbor. I'd be like, dude, I'm trying to paddleboard, man.
Well, I think this is just what they do every day, which is why the sharks are there in the first place. I think when these guys get there, when they fillet the fish, they have the bodies, they just chuck the body overboard, and these sharks just destroy it.
Yeah.
How spooky is that?
It's terrifying, dude.
Yeah. That's Florida.
That's crazy.
Florida.
Where's Marco Island?
I don't know. Where is that? Where's Marco Island?
It's probably the Keys somewhere.
Probably.
That's awful.
Florida's filled with monsters. Like that whole thing.
I was
they're
not
doing
ready
with
for that.
ICE, where they've got that alligator Guantanamo. They built a Guantanamo for detainees, and then they surrounded it with alligator country.
Like a cartoon moat?
Yeah. That's what
They're cartoon mode.
Okay, so where is it?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's not the Keys. It's just Florida. Crazy.
Damn, so they have like a classical moat with alligators around
Well, it's
it?
not essentially a moat.
Was it an island, I guess?
How did they do it? Did they build an island down there? Is that what they did? Somebody got a sweet contract to put that in there.
Calling it alligator
Halliburton. Yeah, they call it alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator
What does it look like? Can you
Alcatraz.
show us?
Damn, dude.
Alligators in Florida everywhere. They
Yeah.
say there's not a standing body of water that doesn't have an
I
alligator.
know. My friends were just at Disney World, and they said they're like, is there alligators around here? Like, yeah, we flush them out all the time.
One killed a kid a few years back.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Just reached up and just snagged
Bro,
him.
imagine you're
Reached
a
up
toddler
and
at
grabbed him.
Disneyland, just saw Cinderella having a good time.
That's got to be fast. That's fast pass for life, though, for
So
the
here
rest
it
of the
is.
family.
So that is all the Everglades. And the Everglades is just filled. Like, if you go walking, like, I'm out of here.
Fuck that.
Like, something's probably going to get you.
No.
The Everglades are so fucked because it's not just the alligators, it's also the pythons.
Pythons,
These
yeah.
Giant pythons.
Massive pythons that are way out of control right now.
That's fucking alligators with ice hats on.
Dude, the pythons are another, because they catch you while you're sleeping. So you lay down to sleep and you just wake up and you're just.
Are there more pythons in the Everglades than there are anywhere in the world?
I think so.
Because there's a half.
I think so. Yeah.
Did you ever hear about Snake Island in Brazil?
No.
Dude, there's an island in Brazil that I guess like whatever, tectonic plates or whatever moved. It used to be connected to the mainland. It went out and all the snakes just got stuck on there with no natural predators.
So what do they do? They just eat each other?
Yeah, they just fight and eat each other. And there's apparently a snake, like every meter you move, there's at least one snake.
What?
Dude, the images are terrifying. They're like just piled on top of each other.
There are not more pythons in the Everglades than anywhere else. The Burmese python's native range in Southeast Asia from India to Indonesia supports far larger wild populations, though exact numbers are hard to quantify due to their vast habitat. Everglades context, Burmese pythons are invasive species. Florida Everglades with estimates ranging from tens of thousands to 300,000 individuals across southern Florida, concentrated in Everglades National Park where their density is notably high. Population exploded from a few snakes in the 90s to enveloping much of the region by the 2020s, driven by the release from pet trade and events like Hurricane Andrew. Yeah, they had Hurricane Andrew apparently blew down a facility where they were studying pythons.
No, that's how they got out.
Man.
And then there's also people with pets, just assholes in death metal bands.
Yeah, they just dropped them.
Yeah, they just dropped them.
Well, that's how there's parakeets here. They're like they're an invasive species, and they think that happened too. Someone just like let the parakeets out. And now they're a problem there.
That's iguanas in Florida too.
Yeah.
You know, they sell canned iguana meat in Florida now.
Really?
Yeah, a buddy of mine lives in Florida. He just sent me this. He sent me, he was at the supermarket, and they have iguana meat.
Iguana meat.
Probably not bad. Dude, I'm telling you, the Snake Island, I was like, I thought it was fake. My wife was telling me about it. I'm like, dude, you got tricked. This has to be AI. I looked it up, and it's like, it's a real thing. Let me see that iguana meat.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That would probably be good. I've eaten gator before. Gator's not bad.
This might be fake.
God damn it.
I'm Googling it. There's a pizza restaurant that got in trouble for serving it.
Really?
But nothing else is popping up about KFC.
They got in trouble for serving it?
Yeah.
Did they tell people they were serving it? You know, because people eat them.
I think so.
And eat them all the time. I was watching a YouTube video the other day where this guy was making like stir-fried iguana meat.
Well, they get massive.
Teriyaki.
They get massive.
Yeah, and they apparently taste good.
Probably. They're aggressive too. If you see them in the wild, they'll like charge after you. They're nasty, man.
They're big.
Yeah, they're
Some of them
pretty.
get like 4 or 5 feet long.
They're huge.
Which is nuts.
That was another animal I encountered in Turks and Caicos. We did the shark swimming, and I was like, all right, I let them like get out of the way, and then we went to this island that was just full of iguanas, and they'll just run up on you.
Do you know in Florida when it gets really cold they just fall out of trees?
No, that's hilarious.
Because sometimes Florida it'll dip, it'll get into the 30s, and these fuckers just fall out of the trees, like
They-
stoned.
They just freeze and
They
just drop.
freeze, and then they thaw out and come back to life.
What?
Yeah. Fuck. It's an ancient species. Like these are ancient creatures.
Damn. So I thought they need they're cold-blooded and they die. So they can I guess they can just chill and
Well, so are
freeze.
alligators, and alligators freeze in lakes sometimes with their mouths.
Well, he's right. That's why they freeze.
They have their
That's why they
nose
have
and
the
their
ability
eyes
to
above the
freeze.
water, and they just, they're
Oh, please don't,
frozen.
please don't,
There's
please
a bunch
don't,
of
please don't,
images of
please
these
don't.
guys
That's awesome.
Frozen in lakes.
I guess everything just slows down and they just chill.
They don't have to eat for a year.
What?
Yeah, they can go without eating for a whole year.
So how much do you think we really have to eat? If bears don't have to eat all winter, alligators can go 1 year. Like, do you think I always think like, do we have to eat every day?
Well, we definitely eat more than any people have ever have,
True.
except like royals.
Yeah.
You know, that's why people are so tiny. Like you go back to like the Civil War, the average man was
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because nobody had any food. You know, nobody had any protein.
Yeah.
But if you think about like how much we eat morning, noon, and then evening, hunter-gatherers, they got a meal a day.
Yeah.
You know, like if you got lucky, you had a meal and you ate as much as you could because there's no way to preserve it. And then you went out the next day and hoped you got another animal.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. You
Yeah.
must have spent like 6,000 calories a day just trying to get one meal.
Yeah, and then other than like drying your meat out, there's no way to preserve it. So they would make jerky or, you know, like I know in Mexico, some friends of mine went down there and they have this traditional way of taking buffalo and they slice it like really, really thin and then they hang it on like a clothes hanger and dry it out.
Really? That's all we need to do.
Well,
That's
what
all
they
you
have
need to do.
Figure out how to dry stuff. Cause, you know, there's no how fucking hard life must have been with no refrigeration.
Dude, it would suck so bad.
Sucks so bad, man. I mean, that's like when you go back to the turn of the century, all the diseases were happening in America. Just think about it. No running water. Everybody's like shitting in holes in the ground outside the houses. There's no ventilation. There's no air conditioning.
Oh yeah,
no vitamins.
Cooked. Especially here. How do people live in Texas?
Hard people,
I've been reading.
bro.
It must have been crazy.
Hard people.
Yeah,
I'm hard fucking people.
I've been reading I'm reading Lonesome Dove right now. It's like an old classic Western. And they just talk about how hot they are all day long. It's just dust in their face, and it's like, dude, that shit would suck.
Especially if you don't live near a lake, so you can cool off a little
Yeah.
bit.
Oh no, there's like, they have like a spring house, and every time they gotta get water, there's just rattlesnakes everywhere near the spring house. It's like, dude, that sucks so bad.
There's a great book about Texas called Empire of the Summer Moon.
Oh, I've heard of that before.
About the settlers encountering the Comanche. You got to think, like, if the Comanche, if this is where they lived, and they lived here year round, like, they had to be the hardest people in the world.
Yeah, dude, they would be brutal.
Just had to be fucking just tough as fuck.
Yeah, especially when it gets like freezing too. They have like that 2 weeks where it's super cold, and that would be.
Yup. You never know when it's coming back then either. You couldn't prepare. Like Texas, like right now it's 80. 2 weeks ago it was 30. Before that it was 20. Before that it was 70. Like it's you don't know when it's coming.
No, you have. I've been here for 2 years, and I know we're gonna get like a solid collective week of real winter, and the rest of it's just like 50, 60, 70, 80, 20, 40. Yeah, it's kind of.
It's worth it. I think it's perfect because it gives you just enough cold so you appreciate the warm, just enough, but nothing like where you want to kill yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing like there's, Montana winters and Wyoming winters where they last like 7 months. You're like, I don't know if I want to do this.
Even regular East Coast winter, I couldn't handle it. By the time I had left, like you don't feel the sun for like at least 3 months. And I remember spring, it would finally like come out, and it's like that messes me up. Like I'd rather it be super hot and sunny than be cold.
Yeah.
Because you can just like just figure out, jump in a lake, jump in a pool. You can.
Well, that's what flu season's all about too.
What?
It's not like the flu emerges in the winter. It's just everybody's immune system's low. No one has any vitamin D. A buddy of mine who was a doctor said that he would do tests on people in New York City, and he said so many people come into his practice that had undetectable levels of vitamin D.
What?
Yeah, because they weren't supplementing at all, and they were wearing winter clothes, and they were never outside, and everybody's sick, and they don't know why. Well, you're vitamin D depleted.
Yeah.
That's why in Seattle they have a lot of people go in tanning beds and shit. They try to like do something
just to get people.
Because tanning beds will give you a natural dose of vitamin D.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Apparently, isn't it like a hormone more than a vitamin?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I heard. It's like not even just like vitamin A. It's like something you absolutely need, big time.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying you should hyperdose it too. Like, because the USDA recommended is like 5,000 milligrams. A lot of people are saying like 30,000 is what they take every day.
Yeah, I had to do that for a while because I had low vitamin D, and they were like, you can take as much of this as you want. I'm like such a baby with medicine. Like I'm like super sensitive to it. It did like absolutely no side effects at all.
No, it doesn't do side effects.
Yeah.
But for full absorption, I think you're supposed to take it with a bunch of other stuff. Like I think the recommended is I take it with K2, vitamin K2, and magnesium. I think there might be one other thing that also helps absorption. But like Dr. Rhonda Patrick was on a podcast recently, and she was talking about how vitamin D, someone was taking vitamin D, but they weren't showing any improvement. She's like, were you taking it with magnesium? So magnesium apparently helps vitamin D get absorbed. Like, there's a bunch of those things that like works. Like if you take them without any fat or any food, they're not good.
Yeah.
But then like amino acids, you have to take them on an empty stomach. It's like you gotta know what you're doing.
That's true. Yeah, I have like a paste. It's like a goop that's like fatty, and I just put it on a spoon and take
What
it.
is it? Just vitamin D?
Yeah, it's
fatty?
vitamin D. It's like a liposomal thing.
Oh, you put it on a spoon?
Yeah, I just eyeball it. I'm like, that's probably not right.
I wonder if like liposomal absorbs easier. Isn't that the whole idea about it?
It's paired to a fat, and it kind of
Right. I wonder if that you don't need as much, like, or you don't need vitamin D or K2 rather.
Well, I don't know, but I was low, and then I'm not now, so I'm like, maybe it worked, maybe it was the fact I was outside. I don't know.
I'm sure it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, does it work optimally? That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like just taking it alone is definitely going to be better than not taking it at all. But they think that for maximum absorption. What are the things that you should take with vitamin D for? Put that in perplexity. The things you take with vitamin D for maximum absorption. It's hard to remember all this stuff too. That's part of the problem. Like I'll hear it on a podcast. I'm like, yeah.
I know.
Go back home. What the fuck did Andrew Huberman say?
Yeah, well, I remember I heard Huberman had this thing about cortisol. And he's like, you need to spike your cortisol early in the morning. Which if I get up and exercise in the morning, like that seems true because I feel good. But then I was like, I can't have caffeine anymore. I had to get off completely.
Really?
Dude, I can't have it. I'm like super sensitive to it. If I had a cup of coffee, what time is it right now? If I had a cup of coffee now at 2 o'clock, I would not sleep till midnight.
Is that because you don't drink much of it? Or is
I don't
it
metabolize it.
Oh,
that's my mom. My dad can drink coffee and fall asleep. But if my mom has coffee, you have it, and I can feel it just in my body for hours. And it's just like a nonstop like I love caffeine, the mental effects. My body just can't stand it.
Have you ever tried nootropics? Like theanine?
I've done it all. Theanine.
Acetylcholine?
I'm not acetylcholine, but I've taken L-theanine with it, which helped a little bit, but then I'll just drink more coffee.
No, I don't mean with coffee. I mean by itself as like a little bit of a pick-me-up.
Oh, yeah. No, I like, I take L-theanine before I go to sleep. I think it kind of helps me sleep.
Yeah, I hear that too, which is interesting because it helps with your memory. Like, how does it help with your memory and also help you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Here it says, vitamin D is a fat-soluble nutrient, so pairing it with dietary fat maximizes its absorption in the gut. Take vitamin D supplements with a meal containing fats for optimal uptake. Studies show you can boost serum levels by about 50%. Foods like fatty fish, avocados, olive oil, nut seeds, or full-fat yogurt provide these fats effectively. Supportive nutrients, magnesium, aids in converting vitamin D to its active form and transporting it in the body. Vitamin K2 works synergistically to direct calcium to bones, enhancing benefits for bone health. Omega-3 fatty acids from fish oil also improve absorption alongside fats. All right, so that's it. So vitamin D you should take with magnesium and K2 and probably some fish oil.
Nice.
There you go.
I was eating it after breakfast, so there we go. I was getting my fats.
Yeah.
But yeah, the caffeine for me, I can't, everyone's different, but I can't have it. Like I
could drink 2 double espressos and go to sleep.
That's crazy. So here's my thing too. I didn't start really drinking caffeine all the time until I had kids. But I don't have dreams at night. If I drink even coffee during like the day, no dreams at night.
Really?
I don't know what it is, man. I'm super, super sensitive to it.
Well, a lot of people that stop smoking weed say that they get wild, crazy dreams.
That happens too. That kind of blocks your dreams too.
Yeah.
But even that, I don't know. I smoked weed forever, and I would still kind of have dreams, but the caffeine just completely neutralizes them. And then they say that it's anecdotal, but they say that caffeine. There's anecdotal evidence that it kind of it discourages or whatever it does to your brain. You don't do as much divergent thinking. It's more like convergent, where if you need to get a task, all right, I need to edit something, caffeine's great. But if you're I need to come up with a story idea, there's anecdotal evidence that says people who are on caffeine report that it messes up their ability to just kind of come up with new or novel ideas.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you're just hyper focused on the one thing that you're doing.
Yeah.
Like a low dose meth.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, my friends that have dated girls that have had problems with amphetamines, one of the things they say is they know when they're on it because then they start cleaning the house. They start cleaning everything.
Yeah.
They start getting hyper focused on organizing and cleaning. That sounds like a good drug.
Yeah, what's the it's probably a spaz though. That's probably the backlash.
Well, it's probably they're doing it for 12 hours while they're listening to Slayer.
Yeah. You're not even talking about Adderall. This is them doing crystal meth, you're saying?
I don't know. He was saying amphetamines. I would assume it's meth.
Yeah, amphetamine babe would be not ideal, I don't think.
Well, I've talked to people that have done meth. They tell you feel like you're fucking Superman, but you also want to get things done.
Really?
Yeah.
I've heard that a similar thing about crack where you feel like a genius. When you smoke crack, apparently, you're just dude, why would I have a refrigerator? I can sell it right now, and I can just order out to, and apparently you're just the smartest person in your head in the world.
Right. Hey Google, 70 divided by 4.
Well, it's freebase cocaine. That's all it is.
Hey Google, hey Google, hey Google, 70 divided by 4.
Crack.
Yeah.
It was freebasing cocaine.
Yeah, and it's weird too because I think it just Coke, I think,
hey
just
Google,
floods your brain. A lot of things just flood your brain.
What is 70 divided by 4?
The delivery method apparently of crack is superior.
Hey
There's
Google,
something
stop.
About smoking it, where it just goes right to your head.
Oh my God.
Hunter Biden. Because Hunter Biden was.
Well, I
he was
know
on
I
that
need at
Channel
least
5 show, he was
10.
talking about it. It's fucking. He was so descriptive of it. It almost made you want to try crack. It was almost like a romantic tale of like a bad romance that he had to get out of.
Why is that so difficult?
It is a very gentlemanly way to say it's superior delivery mechanism.
Well, he's very smart, right?
Yeah.
So he's very articulate. He's talking about like what it was like to smoke crack.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit, man.
And I wonder. I guess he's off of it because I guess
Yeah.
if you start it again, it's probably just another.
Well, there was that baggie they found at the White House, but first of all, it might have been his. But also, you think he's the only one of those people doing coke?
Yeah, I was about to say that could be anybody.
Listen, there's probably a lot of those folks that need a little pick-me-up sometimes for a meeting, or
Yeah.
before they have to do a press thing, or you're working 16 hours a day, a little tired.
Woo!
Let's go.
I used to work at a real estate company when I was in college. Just they would like buy apartment buildings, and dude, all the senior management were like, they used to buy Adderall off me. They would just chomp fucking Adderall, come in and just be like, "Arr," they would do sales meetings and just be like, "Arr."
A friend of mine who's a journalist says that all these journalists are on Adderall.
Yeah, I believe it.
Says it makes you productive.
Yeah.
They're all doing it. Some of them are like super open about it. Like Dave Portnoy, when he was in here, he was telling us. What did he say? He took 30 milligrams? It was enough that I was like, yo. And then I had to go to Jamie. How much is that? And Jamie was like, a lot.
30, yeah.
That's
30's, that would get you.
But not a lot.
That's a dose.
Right?
Yeah, you would get a. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like if you're doing edibles with Joey Diaz. Like, how much should I take? Take 2, cocksucker.
yeah, right.
Take 2. Like, how much do you take?
Yeah, that would definitely. I mean, I feel like I can't get a tolerance to eat edibles. They just knock me out every time.
Jamie can just eat them and they don't do anything to
That's
him.
crazy. I know
Yeah.
people like that too. They're like, I need like 200 milligrams to feel it. I'm like, I'm psychotic. At 200 milligrams, I'm fried.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
200 is a lot.
I used to have these lollipops that were 200 milligrams, so I would try to gauge it. Like, I don't want to eat too much of it. And it would I would get fucking whacked all the time.
So we went over how many people are on Adderall once, like the number of Adderall prescriptions in a year. It was something bonkers. It was like 39 million Adderall prescriptions in this country. But then you have to go like, how many people is that? Right? Because like you refill your prescription. So how often do you refill it? How many times a year? You know what I mean?
I think it's more than 39. If that's the case, I feel like there's 39 million subscribers to Adderall.
Well, there's definitely people that are getting it other ways.
For sure.
For sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You get your script and you sell it, but it's like, so there were 39.
Not just that, you're getting it illegally.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting illegal, good and bad. You're getting cartel stuff.
Like pressed and stuff.
Yeah, like they can make a Valium that looks just like a Valium, and
Yeah.
there's fucking fentanyl in it.
Yeah, true. No, that's the pill world is. they're
Another
like
wee bags it.
riddled
Buy
with that right now.
piece.
Oh, it's scary, man, because kids are taking these, like, there was a kid from a local high school around here that I read a story. He took an Adderall. He thought it was an Adderall, and it had fentanyl in it.
Yeah.
He died.
Yeah.
He got it from one of his friends. He was just trying to cram for studies.
Yeah, that's why I always tell people, anyone I know who does coke, I'm always like, you gotta stop, man. They're like,
Yeah.
no, we'll test it. It's like, no, you're not. You're gonna be at a bar, you're gonna be hammered, you're gonna buy coke and shove it up your nose. I'm not
I've
gonna
never-
stop and be like, let me see.
I've never done it, but all my friends who've done it have all said the same thing. Don't do it.
Hmm?
It's
I've
too
never
good.
done it either. I've never had any interest, but it's like I every time I'm around people on it, I'm just like, dude, this sucks.
Yeah.
Maybe they're having fun, but it's
They
like
want to sell you Bitcoin.
they want to go into business now.
Everybody does. They get like super hyped about a project. They want to bring you in.
Well, that's what I think. I guess that's the way it was explained to me. You just feel like you have accomplished something major. So you just
Yeah.
like snort coke and you're like, I am the best ever. Why? I don't know. I just.
Yeah. Joey Diaz used to say that you can't go on stage with that.
Yeah, I
It's
can see
It's
that.
the worst because you have no feeling. You don't feel for the crowd.
Yeah, that's how I feel. But I can't drink and go on stage because I'll just. I'm way too confident. If something doesn't land, I'm like, fucking whatever, pussy. Like I just don't. I don't care. I just do so bad.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird fine dance that people do with substances and performing, especially if you're doing like a speed or something. 'Cause
Yeah.
you can get it wrong.
I would imagine.
Yeah, no more of those. I made a
I've
mistake
heard
there.
Adderall does not mix with comedy
at all. That's what I've heard
I've
too.
heard that people like it's like a weird part of your brain where you're just too lasered in.
I've heard people like to use it for writing though, which I think is weird.
I guess, yeah, I don't know.
I know they use it for writing books.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be the same for writing comedy. Because you're talking about like coming up with ideas.
Mhm.
Like you'd imagine that would be the coffee thing on steroids.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't. For me, for writing, like I like to write. I write books. I like to do other stuff. Writing stand up is more like it has to just pop into my head, and I go like, oh, that would be funny. And then if I start fleshing out, like new ideas come. But I've tried to like write stand up, and it like very rarely do I get anything that like works when I do that.
Yeah, me too. But what I do is I write essays. I just like essays on a subject, and then from that I'll extract little things.
That's a good idea.
And then I take that little thing and I say, how do I introduce this thing? And what would be funny about this thing? And how would I lead into this? And what are the other like surrounding things that would go with this?
No, that's a good way to do it. I have to trick myself into being like I'm memorizing my material, so I just bullet point it, and then I get bored and my mind wanders. I'm like, that would actually be pretty funny.
Right, and then you start rambling. Yeah, that's the thing about the essay. That
Yeah.
if you just sit down and write about a subject, whatever that subject is, that you just start thinking about all the different aspects of that subject instead of thinking how to write in comedy form.
Yeah.
You
No,
know?
that's a smart idea, because if I try to write it, then like you try to repeat it, but you wrote it down, so then it
Yeah.
sounds like a written thing, and it's like.
But
it always
even
messes me
that,
up.
in the essay way, it's a brutal process because then you have to take that one sentence or that one paragraph in 1,000 words, and then figure out a way to introduce that where it's not clunky.
Yeah.
And then figure out what's the funniest part about it. And it's like you have to always know that the first time you bring it out there, it's gonna suck.
Yeah.
And you have to just slowly but surely trust it to get better, and just throw it into the fire every night. Like,
Yeah.
you have your bits that you know are gonna kill, and you're like, I don't want to trot that one out here.
I know. That kind of is the funnest part though to me. Like when I moved here, I had just I think I had just put out an hour or like recorded. So I had to like start with like new material, which sucks. You move somewhere, you have new stuff, and you're like, dude, I have only new shit. It's a bad feeling, but it's like it's exciting because you're like you don't know how it's gonna go every night. I don't know. I like that.
I think it's good. I think it's like we were talking the other day about loss, about failure. Like I was talking with Michael Malice about bombing on stage. I think bombing is good because what happens if you bomb, that feeling, you feel terrible the next day, you feel terrible that night, and then you're like, I gotta fucking get back on stage and really like tighten up my shit. And I always have in the past made big leaps after I bombed. I'm like, I think it's important. Like failure is important. It sucks, you don't like it, but you gotta go through that. Like maybe you got overconfident, or maybe you were in a bad mood, or maybe it was like whatever.
Yeah. No, it helps. That's what like motivates me to write stand up. If I bomb, I'm like, all right, now let me like dial it in, because I have like I'm always doing a bunch of stuff, and like I'm like, oh, I got a show, and I like organize kind of against the gun. But yeah, a bomb really is like a clarifying. It's good for you, honestly.
Yes.
It's good to have a bomb.
Well, I used to say that to fighters too. You lose a fight, it's good. As long as you get really hurt, it's good because you like that feeling. Go home with that feeling and think about all the stones.
Wow, and Junior podcasts. Is it? Oh, dude, yeah, dude. Thank you, man.
All the times you're half-assing it in the gym.
Yo, I appreciate that. That's the vibe we're on right now. It's a Saturday night. I figure with the Joe Rogan podcast, you've got UFC here at 5 o'clock, right? So UFC kicks off in about an hour. The lighting's not the best in here. I could fix the lighting. I might be able to actually do that with the webcam. Let's see. So if I just turn up the gain, let's see. The lighting in here is a little bit wonky because of my actual lighting. Nah, that's not going to work. Hold on. Let me turn my lights on. And then as soon as I turn my lights on, what level is this shot? As soon as I turn my lights on, I'm gonna murk that shaman right there. Lights on. Shaman's Dunsky. Let me see how the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, that looks better. The sun's starting to set. I've been streaming for a couple of hours now, so... Let's see. You want to see a shaman die in 2 seconds? Alright, here we go. See ya. He has a self-res. Oh, he doesn't have a self-res? Huh. Alright. See ya, dude. I need to find a Fel Reaver. The goal right now is to kill a Fel Reaver.
Get in the gym. That guy didn't do that. He just beat you. Now you know. You know, like you have to understand that there's levels to these. There's levels to dedication. There's levels to competency, and you know, a good loss is good for you.
Yeah, it kind of like, you know, again, if you have your tried and true and you're just going on stage, oh, it's working night after night, you just go home and you're like, oh, whatever. But yeah, when you bomb, it like, for me, it does something in my brain where like my thoughts start flying. You know, whatever that is, just helps me get stuff out there.
Well, when I lived in Boston, one of the things that was a real problem was there was these local headliners that had these fucking acts, man. They had 45 minutes of like hammered samurai sword. It was so good because they had been doing that 45 minutes for a decade and a half.
Crazy, dude.
It was so good. Their timing was so good. The pacing was so good. They would crush every night. But after a while, they never added anything new to it. And these guys just, like, a buddy of mine went to see a Boston headliner that we knew from, like, Fitzsimmons. Went to see a Boston headliner that we knew from the 80s. And he goes, dude, he was doing the same material. He goes, it was so sad. He goes, it was just phoning it in. It was barely getting a response from the audience. It was, like, dated references. Because this guy just had an act. And he, like,
this guy's
guy
cooked, too.
Shows up at the office. He would open up his suitcase, pull his act out. That was his act.
Well, those guys are always fascinating because when you're like, you know, I started in Philly and like, so like the first like paid gigs you get as an open micer are like, you do like Moose Lodges and shit for like $50, and it's always one of those like wacko headliners
who's been around for 30 years.
He's doing it forever. He's giving you the career talk in between the show. There's like, I would get like comedy magicians all the time.
Oh yeah.
And dude, it was like, those guys would always kind of freak me out. Like I would open for guys that would talk about.
Oh man, there's another guy.
Thousands, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
There's a mage. This mage has got to die too.
You know, this guy talked about porn on a floppy disk
on stage.
Dude, it was fucking Screech. R.I.P. It was Screech. R.I.P. I opened for Screech back in the day, and I was like, fuck yes, this is gonna be awesome.
Oh, another one.
He was killing it in the comedy clubs. He was like one of the first people to go from
another one
to touring on the road.
Yeah, I caught late Screech though.
Skippy, remember Skippy from Family Matters? Was it Family Matters? Is that was his name? What was it from? What was the show?
No way he didn't die.
He was another guy.
That's what I thought.
Who was he was on a sitcom.
Was he on not Step by Step?
I don't remember.
But he was
I remember
the same thing. Just took off.
Same thing. He like Hollywood didn't work out for him and. Family Ties with Michael J. Fox. Yeah, so that guy was headlining comedy clubs.
Yeah,
all over the place.
This was like a bar in Delaware. This was not a glamorous gig.
Whoa,
it was bad.
What year?
This was, I graduated college in 2009. It would have been like 2012 maybe. So this was like late. This was like late Screech, and the whole time he's on stage, we'll go Screech, and he would it fucking made him so mad. But I remember it was such a funny show because it was supposed to be a lady. It was supposed to host. I was going to feature. It was going to be Screech as the headliner, and the guy who owned the venue just wanted to fuck this lady so bad that he was like, "Hey, I'm letting that lady feature. You're going to host," and he was like, "I'll pay you the same price." And I was like, "Yeah, whatever. I don't give a shit." So he paid me, and I'd been doing stand-up for a couple of years, so I was like kind of sharp, you know, especially for like that bar show. And this lady, she had never done stand-up before. This was her first time. So this guy fucked her over. He thought he was doing something nice for her. She sat there for all of the 20 minutes and read out of a giant notebook, and just fucking like completely and horrific, like a first-time stand-up doing 20 minutes, completely bombed. And I remember Screech was in the back with me, and he's like, "The fuck is this?" I remember he was like bragging, being like, "Dude, they gave me $8,000. I don't give a fuck about the show."
I knew a few guys who their girlfriends started doing comedy, and then their girlfriend started opening for them, and it was just wild.
For her sake, you can't do that. It's such a bad idea.
It's so crazy, and these guys were like competent headliners, so the people were coming to see them. They're excited. Hey, we're gonna go laugh, have a good time. Nope.
No.
You're gonna get tortured for 20 minutes before you get to laugh.
Also, that's not going to help him either. She's going to be furious. Like, I I don't know why people do that. You
Well,
can't.
they want to do it. Like, help me. That's one thing that happens a lot with comedy couples. Like, one of the couples will help the other one write.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Writing's one thing, but like, and it's
But
well,
that's why they want to do it. It's like they want to hook up with a headliner, whether it's a guy or a girl.
Yeah.
You hook up with a headliner. He or she helps you with your act, and then you go back and
It's also impossible though, because if you're dating a comic and then you book your own opener, you can't be like, next time, I got you next time. You have to flat out be like, no, I'm not. You're not doing this.
Right, and then you break up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you really care about their comedy, you'd be like, bro, you gotta go to the open mics and
Yeah, doing it in front of a sold-out show when you're just starting out is a crazy idea.
I couldn't imagine. I literally couldn't imagine. It would have messed me up.
Well, that's why Kill Tony's so nuts.
Yeah.
Like there are people who have gone on for their first time ever in Madison Square Garden to a sold-out arena of 16,000 people.
And then it's filmed for what, like a couple million people. It's like
millions of people. You're out there eating dick.
That must feel crazy waking up the next morning.
Yeah, just like if you go to sleep.
Yeah,
Let's
true.
imagine that you can go to
True.
sleep. If I flub a word, I don't go to sleep. They can go to sleep after that?
Yeah, you're essentially filming a 1-minute special the first time. The first time you do
on
it.
Netflix.
God damn.
Or on YouTube. I mean, both of them are getting fucking millions of views.
I know. Dude, I'd be so scared to do that. The people who can do that, I'm like, that's amazing.
Well,
go out there
they're
and do
crazy.
True. I know. That's actually true.
Some of the people, when you're interviewing them after they do the set, like I go, "Has this guy been screened? Do we need to make sure he doesn't have a fucking knife on him?"
They do need that airport fucking thing, man.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Some of these people are out of their fucking mind.
I always wanted to hang in the bar, where, like the holding tank where everyone is, because that's got to be the craziest vibe in there.
Well, you remember open mic nights?
Yeah, true.
Open mic night at the Comedy Store in particular was always so nuts.
Yeah.
It was just a complete lunatic asylum.
It really is, dude.
There's this one guy, Robert William Aprovaya, and he would come there every week. He was a really nice guy. And all of his act was about marijuana. And he, at one point in time, was a lawyer, and then I guess blew a fuse. And then just was doing comedy, but he would walk from downtown. He lived in a flop house in downtown, and it would take him hours. He would walk from downtown to the Comedy Store, and when it rained out, the way he would deal with the rain is he would take plastic grocery bags and tuck them inside of all of his clothing, so he'd wrap them around his body. So he had his clothing on the outside and these plastic bags all over his body.
That's so fucking funny. The clothes were on the outside?
Yeah.
So he let his clothes get wet, but his body would be dry.
Well, he couldn't figure out how to put it all outside of him.
Okay.
So his solution was just cover his skin and keep him from getting wet and cold, which I guess would work. It'd probably keep you sweaty, too.
Yeah, you'd sweat, yeah.
Yeah. So he was like a staple, and he would go there every night, late at night, and he would be like one of the last guys up at open mic night every week.
Whoa.
Yeah, and just was insane. Like you couldn't shake your hand, couldn't touch him. He was always nervous that everybody hated him, and so he'd like be scared. And I became friends with him, so he was cool with me. I'd talk to him. But like one time I tried to give him knuckles. I'm like, oh, sorry, I forgot.
He just
like,
wouldn't.
He wouldn't.
Yeah,
he would like mumble and look at the ground, like sorry.
Yeah,
like
that's.
he was legitimately cooked.
Yeah, he was
whatever
whacked.
whatever was going on.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, but he was a lawyer.
And he just
blew a fuse.
Jesus Christ.
It happens.
Yeah, it does. No, you forget, like, well, at least I did, because doing the open mics, it's like, it is like a complete freak factory.
A freak
But you're like steeped in that so much for years. And then I remember when I finally stopped going to open mics all the time.
Can't tell if he's getting away from me or not.
And I like just took a break from the open mics. I would go do shows, and I was like, let me go to the open mic. It'd been like 6 months, and I was like, I'll go to one, try stuff out. I like got in, I'm sitting behind the area. I was in like Philly Helium, just sitting there at the open mic. And I just got like right away, guys were like, dude, look at him, he fucking sucks. And it was just like all these people. I'm like, oh, this was like the worst environment you can possibly be in.
Yeah.
It was just, everyone was like, this guy's a fucking piece of shit. I hate this guy. And everyone was so fucking angry. Everyone's so charged on adrenaline all the time.
They're also like on the outside of this thing that they want to do, this dream, and they get to try it. Like a regular person with no training, no schooling, no nothing.
Yeah.
You get to stand on that stage with a microphone. I went down a rabbit hole the other night. and I was watching open mic nights from Long Island.
Oh, fuck, dude.
It was so crazy.
That would be fun, though.
It's so crazy watching someone that definitely shouldn't be doing comedy, that's trying comedy for the first time. And
yeah.
I was, you know, it was one of those dumb things. It was like midnight, like, well, let's see.
And they have them filmed.
It's all kinds of stuff. Basically, you find anything online. And I started watching. I can only watch for so long, and then I get anxiety, and then I have to shut it off.
Well, that was like when you do open mics and you finally do like a showcase, you invite your friends or your family to watch, and they're just like, what the fuck are you doing? Who are these people? You're like, they're my friends.
I brought some of my friends the first time I ever went on stage. I didn't want to do it by myself.
I was the opposite. I didn't want anyone to see me for a long time.
Yeah.
And I did a show one time, because I have a big family, so I did a show, and there's this place, the Raven Lounge in Philly. It was like awesome, like when we started. Tiny little black box thing in the top of a bar. It fit maybe like 25 people. And I have a big family, so I finally was like, all right, I'm gonna invite my family out. Dude, I remember I was on stage and I knew like 17 out of the 25 people, and I was like, dude, fucking kill me right now. This sucks.
And they're staring at you like this?
Yeah, I just saw my aunt in the front just like looking at me, and I was like, no.
Watching you choke. Watching you bomb. Oh.
For them. They were the audience. I'm like, fuck.
But that's, you know, the only way. It's like, I know some people that have taken comedy classes, and then that has kind of got them into stand-up.
Yeah, that's, dude.
It's a function of comedy classes, and that function is, like, it gets you to try it. I don't think anybody...
The function is it gets you to
people
try
out
it.
there that are, like, legit comics that are teaching them, but for the most part, not.
So we had a comedy class at Helium. And the thing was, if you took the comedy class to let you in the comedy classes contest, then you can compete with the other people in the class. And if you won that, you got the hosting gig at Helium.
Ooh.
And it was a sweet deal, but it was so hard to get into Helium. So I had done stand up for a while. I took time off, and when I got back into it, I was like, fuck it, I'm taking that comedy class. I'm gonna try to fast track myself into host. So I won the comedy class contest, and then I got into Philly's Funniest. When I won Philly's Funniest, I got, they were like, the improv theater across the street was like, we'll let you host a comedy class and we'll give you like $35 an hour. Dude, I had like no health care. I had nothing. I was like, absolutely, let's do it. So I had a comedy class, and they showed up, and I was like, all right, never take a comedy class ever again. I was like, don't ever do this ever again. This is so dumb you guys did this, but we're just gonna run this as an open mic. And I was like, get up there, and I had them all go up and just do like 5. It was just an open mic.
Well, that will work.
Yeah, that's what I try to tell him. That's what I try to tell him. But the one I was at was like real sketchy, man. It was very much like, I'm about to blow up. I'm taking you guys with me. This is how it's done. And you get out of it and you go, this motherfucker, bro. Like, I got deals in development, blah, blah, blah. It was fucking bullshit.
There's so many of those guys.
I got blacklisted from Helium because they found out I had a comedy class, which was even it was a fake comedy class. I just wanted the money for it. And
it was a fake comedy class. I just wanted the money.
I was like, bro, what are you doing? He's like, look, man, just chill. And I was like, can I do the open mic still? He's like, you can do the open mic. And the guy found out I was on the open mic, and they booted me off that for like a month.
Oh my god.
He was out for blood, and I called him like, what the fuck? Because I knew this guy. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, well, I didn't call them. I'm like, okay, man. It was like, it was a big thing. But
well, there was talk when they were the same people own Cap City here now. There was talk that if you headlined there, you couldn't do my club for 3 months. And I was like, come on, guys, why? I said to him, I'm like, if one of my friends is at your club, I'm like, I'll tweet about it. Like, I don't want this to be competition. There's plenty of comedians and there's plenty of audience members for everybody. That's silly.
Also, everyone's gonna be fine. That's insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't like that
stuff. A young guy coming up, you're banning him from the club because he's hosting a comedy class for money?
Yeah, it was nonsense. Now, now
that
we're
comedy class is probably going to lead more people to your club. Like, it's all feeds off of itself.
I know. And it was literally like, well, maybe the word got out that I was like, never take a comedy class ever again.
Why, did Philly have a class? Did Helium have a class?
That was the class I took. I took a class at Helium
right.
because I wanted to fast track myself to the host. Otherwise, you had to do Philly's Funniest.
You just
and then,
said it.
Yeah, so I was like,
that's so stupid.
I completely gamed it, and I was like, fuck it. Because these were like people who had never done it before. I'd done it for years. So I just went and did the class so I could do the contest.
Do you ever go back and think about people that you knew in the early days and you're like, I thought they were going to make it?
Yeah, there's a couple people that I was like, this guy's like a celebrity.
Yeah.
Like he's got it, and it's just like I don't know what happened. They just kind of like I guess I don't know.
It's weird.
It is weird.
There's a few people that I started out with. I'm like, damn, this dude's talented. Like there's something there. And
Oh no. Yeah, I know. It's funny you said that. I'm like, I don't think so. Then I'm like, oh yeah, there was definitely at least one, if not like 2 or 3 that they would come, they would do this, but this guy was always on his own time. He would like show up late, just walk on. Like it was. I think there's some people you just can't keep into like a thing at all, but their personalities are like magnetic.
Yeah, there's some people that for whatever reason they never figure out how to make a living at it.
Yeah.
They never and then they get bored with it, or they get frustrated or something.
I couldn't imagine. Just I'd see people go who would like, everyone bombs when you're starting out at open mics, but there are people that bomb every time for like years, and they keep doing it, and you're like, bro, how are you
alive?
How are you doing this? I would have one bad set. I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself, dude. I hate this.
Some people just don't see it, and that's also they don't address it, and that's also where they don't get any better. They don't have any self-awareness.
Yeah, that could be it.
And their perception of how people see them is distorted.
Yeah.
You know.
No, that's kind of scary, actually.
Yeah,
it's
you want to put blinders up.
It's pretty cut and dry though. When like if people are silent in front of you, you're like, "Damn, I suck right now. I should change something."
But in the beginning, it's such a weird. You're basically like running a marathon.
Can you give me any rep? Oh, okay, 350.
Through trees.
Dude, like finally when I did like a special, I was like, "Oh, this is the point of it. You have to come up with an hour of stand-up."
Yeah.
Before I was just like, I need to have a good 5 minutes for tonight, and I would just go up and do it and be like, great, and I would just go back home with like no plan or anything.
Well, that's a lot of guys who live in cities where you do short sets all the time.
Yeah.
We were
I
talking.
think I'm gonna go get some food, end the stream here, and then
New York City clubs, they have a
go watch some UFC.
Fucking crush for 15 minutes. But when they have to do,
Go watch some UFC, and then I'm gonna go get some food and chillax, and we're gonna be
It
good.
has to be hills and valleys. You have to kind of like structure it.
Yeah.
And then they also don't.
I actually think that sounds like a good point to end it right here, because UFC fights start in 30 minutes. So I'm gonna go eat and chill out, and then keep grinding. So, all right, I'm hopping on.